determination to win it.
History does not remember blood. It remembers names.
I am the king of dreams, ruler of the nightmare realm.
What are you doing here, Etty?
He's coming, isn't he?
Yeah.
Morpheus, the Aneromancer. You know, the Sandman.
He's a fairy story, Etty.
He's no fairy story. He's back.
Good to know.
What's he got in his hands? Open your hands, now!
Forgive me, sire, the palace, the realm. They are not as you left them. With you gone, the realm began to decay and crumble.
The dreams and nightmares no longer seem to recognize their monster. You will remind them. He's free. He's out of his cage.
Who wants to play bodies?
Oh my god!
Does anybody have service?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I'm a hot girl, pop girl, rich girl.
Guys, I get so stressed out every time we play this. Someone always ends up crying.
Just wanna be me.
So how do you play?
I'm a hot girl and I come in different flavors.
If you draw the piece of paper that has the X on it,
You are the murderer.
Neighbors.
everyone else has to avoid being killed.
What is that?
Xanax, do you want one?
Yeah.
Just wanna pull up and step out the shine.
What is happening?
Our friend is dead. So if you could just, like, not escalate this situation, that
I'm not escalating. You're holding the knife and you're moving your hands while you talk.
That would be so fucking obvious if I were the killer.
David.
More.
You're always gaslighting me.
You fucking trigger me.
You are so toxic. Relax, relax.
You're silencing me.
Is that all you got, motherfucker?
Did you just fucking shoot me?
I can't believe you're making this about you.
What are the features that you're bringing?
Well, I just look like I fuck. You know what I mean? I look like I fuck. And that's the vibe I like to put out there.
Yeah.
Why do you want to hunt?
Because you all think that I can't. I saw a sign in the sky. I'm ready.
Muy bonita.
There's something out there. I'm coming with you.
You can't.
I'm trying to protect you.
Protect me from what? It's time.
Kid knows how to hunt. I know how to survive. Whatever did this, I can kill it.
Every night, I dream the same dream. And then... boom. The nightmare begins. Dun, dun, dun. I did what I had to do to protect our world.
You cannot control everything strange. You opened a doorway between universes, and we don't know who or what will walk through it.
Wanda, what do you know about the multiverse?
Viz had his theories. He believed it was dangerous.
He was right.
I'm sorry, Stephen. Your desecration of reality will not go unpunished.
We should tell him the truth.
Things just got out of hand.
You break the rules. Look out! And become a hero. I do it and I become the enemy. That doesn't seem fair.
Strange!
Gotham City likes to keep you guessing. It's hard to imagine a Robin without a Batman, but I guess it's up to me to figure that out. You've got this, Robin. Using teleportation tech from the Justice League satellite, I bet I could zap myself short distances in a fight. Bruce always told me to believe in myself, that I had what it takes. Let's prove him right. This is it. This is how Robin wins.
Pre-order now and get the 233 custom Batcycle skin.
As if we needed more proof that the 90s are alive and well, X-Men the Animated Series is making a comeback. Disney has announced X-Men 97, a new Disney Plus series picking up where the original left off 3 decades ago. It's an exciting time for X fans, but we also have a lot of questions. While we wait for more news about Marvel's animated X-Men revival, let's look back at how the original cartoon ended and the biggest questions surrounding the new show. X-Men the Animated Series lasted for 5 seasons and 76 episodes between 1992 and 1997. Unfortunately, the series was clearly showing its age by the final season, with Saban Entertainment cutting costs and switching production to a different animation studio. That raises the question, will X-Men 97 build on that final stretch of episodes, or will the new series ignore Season 5 entirely and move in a different direction? The answer could heavily influence the course of the new series. The original finale shows an injured Professor X retiring to heal and spend time with Lilandra and Shi'ar, leaving the reformed Magneto to take charge of the Xavier Institute. Will X-Men 97 build on that open-ended finale and show us what happens when the X-Men are partnered with a former enemy? Or will the series revert to a more traditional, nostalgia-friendly status quo? And will the show also acknowledge Marvel's X-Men 92 comic, which also continued the anime series storyline? For many X-Men fans, the animated series is still the gold standard when it comes to how these characters sound, and don't even get us started on that theme music. Marvel's announcement makes it clear that surviving cast members will return, including Cal Dodd as Wolverine and Lenore Zahn as Rogue. Unfortunately, many series veterans have passed away since the original series ended. We assume Marvel's gonna recast key characters like Cyclops, but they may face a difficult challenge in replacing such iconic voices. There's also the question of newcomers like Jennifer Hale and Ray Chase. Will they be taking over familiar roles or voicing new characters entirely? The series certainly has a wealth of untapped material to explore now. On that note, one of the reasons X-Men the Animated Series proved so successful is that it borrowed liberally from the comic book source material. Over the course of those 5 seasons, the series lent its own take on iconic X-Men tales like the Dark Phoenix Saga, Age of Apocalypse, Weapon X, and Days of Future Past. The series remains the most faithful adaptation we've seen in any medium. We assume X-Men 97 will follow a similar approach. There's certainly no shortage of new material to mine. Since the animated series wrapped in 1997, the comics have given us major storylines like House of M, which ended with most of the world's mutants being depowered, the epic crossover between Avengers vs. X-Men, and the truly game-changing twists in House of X and Powers of X. Whether or not the X-Men 92 comic is treated as part of the animated continuity, that series may give us an idea of what to expect from X-Men 97. Expect some familiar X-Men stories to be remixed, reimagined, and filtered through a nostalgic lens. Much like fellow Fox Kids series Batman the Animated Series, X-Men raised the bar when it came to maturity and storytelling depth in superhero cartoons. X-Men drove headlong into the source material, exploring the ongoing conflict between humanity and mutants, and pushing characters like Jean Grey and Morph into some pretty dark places. That said, the series still faced plenty of limitations when it came to tone and content. Nowhere are those limitations more obvious than with Wolverine, whether it's Logan's sanitized approach to cursing,
"Alright, you egg-sucking piece of gutter trash,"
or the fact that he never seemed to stab anything that wasn't a robot. It's obvious the show is being aimed at a relatively kid-friendly audience. Is that still going to be the case with X-Men 97? Is Marvel still taking an all-ages approach to X-Men, or is this series being aimed squarely at 90s kids who are now fully grown and perfectly happy to see Wolverine spill some blood? The costumes in X-Men the Animated Series defined the look of the X-Men as much as their voices during the 90s. In many ways, the series was a perfect storm, combining classic 70s and 80s X-Men storylines with a more dynamic contemporary look and feel. The X-Men comics have undergone several big visual shifts in the years since, including a phase where everyone was decked out in black leather. Will X-Men 97 stick to its roots or opt for a more modernized look and feel? The show's title may give us the answer. The series is very much tied to a specific era of X-Men fandom, and we doubt the animators have any interest in changing those iconic costumes. Sorry Wolverine, you'll have to keep wearing that yellow spandex for now.
What would you prefer? Yellow spandex?
X-Men the Animated Series isn't the only classic Marvel cartoon where fans have been clamoring for a revival. Its successors, X-Men Evolution and Wolverine and the X-Men, both have devoted fan bases of their own. If anything, both series are in even greater need of sequels. Evolution ended after 4 seasons in 2003, at a time many would argue the series was just hitting its stride. Wolverine and the X-Men ended after just 1 season in 2009, teasing an Age of Apocalypse-inspired Season 2 that never came to fruition. We can't help but wonder if X-Men 97 might pave the way for future animated revivals. 90s kids may look to X-Men the Animated Series as the gold standard, but there's an entire generation that grew up with Evolution instead. At the very least, we have to wonder if X-Men 97 will draw inspiration from those shows with its portrayal of the X-Men. Could the new series take a more teen-oriented approach and focus on the Xavier Institute as a school? Will X-Men 97 explore some of the themes of Wolverine and the X-Men, as our heroes try to chart a path forward without Xavier to guide them? The best thing this new series can do is honor all of the X-Men cartoons that have come before, not just X-Men the Animated Series. What do you want to see from X-Men 97? Let us know in the comments, and be sure to check out our rundown of every X-Men ever and Wolverine's convoluted movie timeline. And be sure to like and subscribe to IGN wherever you watch.
Happy 2-week anniversary! What is it with you and like bags of people? Surprise! Harley, she's head of the Suicide Squad. You never returned my email. Why are you stirring up drama right now?
This is not drama, okay? What's she gonna do? She's wearing a pencil skirt. Harley and Ivy are back! Let the Eat Bang Kill tour begin. I don't give a damn about my reputation. BFF, GFX, right?
Ivy! The Caribbean!
Oh, thanks. We've been doing a ton of banging.
It's so fun, and then raunchy, and then a little scary.
Oh, that's terrifying!
Oh my God.
Shall I continue?
It's not worth it.
Let the grand orgy begin! Please, James Gunn, sit on me. There it is.
You are gonna scream when you hear this plan. It would make Lex Luthor shit his pants.
That man does not shit his pants for anything.
Let me show you how we do it back in Metropolis.
I've been doing this since before you was born.
Glad I brought the utility belt.
Oh, Bayman. just got to stop being like this.
Steven Universe here, ready to be a hero.
Hey, Batman, what's got 20 years and a face begging for a hammer?
That stupid hammer is so practical.
You wanna dance?
Watch your step.
Sorry, dog.
A girl is Arya Stark of Winterfell.
Time to eat somebody.
I am here. Easy. Luke, small friend. Superman.
Spin.
I'll vanquish you! No one can resist the lasso of truth!
Uncle Shagworthy, at your service.
Hold your handbags now. Cake's coming through.
Giddy up.
Take this, you ding-dong.
Oh!
Back, demon!
Heads up, dude.
Really? This is what I'm up against? Bet you can't catch me.
Prepare for fisticuffs.
Here comes the boom.
Boom. Dude, I look good in a monocle.
Hi, I'm Tony, the co-founder here at Player First Games, and the game director on our new free-to-play platform fighter MultiVersus.
Yoo-hoo!
I'm here today to thank everyone who participated in our recent closed alpha and shared feedback. The team is currently hard at work updating the game in the lead up to our upcoming open beta. Speaking of open beta, I'm super excited to announce that the open beta for MultiVersus will be available to all players across Xbox, PlayStation, and PC for free, beginning July 26th.
Time to get my hero on.
Doink.
And players will have the opportunity to get early access to the game beginning July 19th. If you previously participated in the closed alpha, don't worry, you'll automatically get early access. And if you didn't get a chance to participate, head over to multiversus.com for more details on how to enter.
Get a clue!
For us, open beta is just the beginning. In the months ahead, we plan to add new characters, new maps, new cosmetics, and more ways to play across our upcoming seasons of content. I'm happy to confirm that player progression and unlocks earned during the open beta will carry forward through the life of the game.
Let's kick some digital booties!
Our commitment is to our players and making MultiVersus the best it can be, and we're going to keep refining the game based on your feedback. From all of us at Player First Games, we couldn't be more excited to share MultiVersus with all of you very soon.
Hey! What's your name? Aaron. Tiff. So you're Mac, right?
So?
You're the first paper boy around here, who was it?
A boy? You must be the Brandman kid.
KJ.
My dad says you people own everything.
You people? She's new. All right, Big Mac. Let's go.
I'm not gonna, bite you or something.
What is that? Why does this guy look like that?
Move, move, move! Let's get out of here!
Hey! Who's there? What are you doing in my house?
What are you doing in my house?
I live here.
No, I live here.
That's her.
Holy shit.
This is a psychotic break.
12-year-old version of yourself broke into your house with her punk friends?
If that really is future you, maybe she can call someone. Who's she gonna call?
Time travel 911?
Do you want to call 911?
Oh, good lord, there are future robots.
We need help. I might know someone.
You girls traveled out at your time. That's a capital offense. You're in targets now.
It's nice knowing you, I guess. We can't just give up.
You don't know who you're about to become.
Future me will know how to get us home.
You have no idea what's at stake here.
Yeah. It's the fate of humanity. I get it.
This, right here, is the end of the universe.
We're paper girls, so we stick together. The future you is not all that bad.
She did give you that rad shirt, which says dumb on it.
It's a hazy shade of winter.
That's how we did it in the 90s, son!
Can't catch my breath, man.
Really? Should I try mouth stuff?
What is this, a Tinder date? Get off of me. Oh, shit.
Mr. Dante!
I need an ambulance at the quick stop.
Saved my life, man. Wish I had a life worth saving.
What are you talking about?
Sit around and watch the same movies over and over.
I always thought you could have made a cool movie.
You're right. I'm living on borrowed time. No more watching movies.
I'm gonna make a movie!
What's the movie gonna be about? It's about him working here. Meta.
Everything in the script is something either me or someone I know said.
I'm not even supposed to be here today. Maybe Jay and Silent Bob could be characters.
Jay and Silent Bob are like C-3PO and R2-D2. They've been here since the first movie, which was the last time they were cool. But they've been with the franchise so long, they still give them cameos and put them on the lunchboxes.
Snifty Booches! Please tell me why.
I believe in you.
You put in that stuff you used to say about the Death Star contractors.
Get sued by Disney? No way.
Now that's what I call acting!
Take off your pants.
What the hell is this?
I added a scene where you get shot.
I'm not letting you kill me off in the third act. What if there's a sequel?
A sequel? What am I, a hack?
I think it needs more weed.
San Diego Comic-Con. The biggest celebration of pop culture entertainment of the year is back, and today IGN's Comic-Con live show coverage is absolutely jam-packed.
You have to see this.
The thrilling new entry in the Predator franchise, Prey. Gotham Knights, Kevin Smith's Clerks 3, Paul Dano's Riddler Year One, brand new gameplay from Saints Row, Dragon Ball Super, Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves, Archer, Helicopter! SpongeBob SquarePants, William Shatner, and so much more.
That's how we did it in the 90s, son!
It's the wildest, craziest, and hypest Comic-Con live show in the universe, where anything can and will happen.
Let's talk.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con starts right now.
Yes! We are back. Hello, and welcome to IGN Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2022. I'm your host, Akeem, along with Nars, and hot damn, I'm super duper excited to be back, Nars.
I know. So excited.
Yes, now all weekend long, I was hoping y'all were gonna clap it up again when I said I'm so happy. Am I the only one happy to be back? Thank you. Now all weekend long, IGN will be covering the biggest and best pop culture and entertainment collaborations and celebrations. It says celebrations, not collaborations, of the year right here. I just like to rhyme. Now we'll have brand new trailers, breaking news, exclusive interviews, and so much more.
That's right, Akeem. For the next 2 days, IGN will be here with a jam-packed live show featuring celebrity guests, reveals, and interviews with the people making the coolest movies, TV shows, and video games that you can't wait for. It's going to be absolute chaos in the best possible way.
Yes, the best possible way. Now, you can catch it all right here on IGN, on YouTube, and even on the IGN One app on your Samsung TV. And be sure to follow IGN on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and Clown House.
Akeem, you can't tell them about Clown House. Jeez, we're gonna get fired. Moving along, we've got some incredible guests coming through to the live show today, so let's take a look at what's coming up. In a little while, we'll find out how to catch a predator with the cast of Prey. And later on, we're checking out a couple games, Gotham Knights, where Nightwing and Robin can beat the crap out of criminals, and Multiverses, where Shaggy and Bugs Bunny can beat the crap out of Batman.
Like, that's right, man. And tomorrow, you know I had to do it, we've got a double dose of Star Trek with Strange New Worlds and Picard, and then some of this year's biggest streaming shows, The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, and The Sandman. And it's all leading up to Marvel Studios' massive panel in Hall H. Now we'll have someone on the inside feeding us updates faster than you can refresh your Twitter feed.
I can't do that, but in just a minute, we're checking out the latest project from Rick and Morty co-creator Justin Roiland. But let's see how our co-hosts are doing out in the balcony. Are you guys okay out there?
Yo!
Things are going awesome here at Comic-Con. This truly is the best day of my entire life. Whoa, what about your wedding day or the day your kid was born? None of those things involve balconies. And I love balconies. You get to be outside and inside at the same time. Where else can you do that? Yeah, not very true, Max. Anyway, later on we'll be talking to the casts and crews of your favorite movies and shows right here on IGN Live at Comic-Con. Today we've got Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil Village, as well as the showrunners of Harley Quinn. Oh, and some Dragon Ball Super. That's gonna be awesome. But for now, let's check out what's happening out there beyond this balcony in the rest of the wide world of Comic-Con.
Hey guys, Ben and Jeffrey here in the middle of the insanity that is San Diego Comic-Con. We're here on the show floor.
We're right next to the Capcom booth. Look at this Chun-Li bus. She's from Fortnite. And Street Fighter. You didn't let me finish. I was gonna say Street Fighter.
People are about to lose their mind. And now we have Marvel Zombies on the other side because of course we have all the biggest properties at the world biggest fan convention. And to get an idea of the size of this convention, look at this infinite hallway.
It goes on forever.
On and on.
Straight to the Pacific Ocean.
But for all your Comic-Con needs, stick with us. Now back to you in the studio.
Koala Man is a brand new animated series about a regular father who moonlights as a crime-fighting superhero named, wait for it, Koala Man. Now joining me and Brian to talk about Koalas, Men, and Koala Man are executive producer Justin Roiland, showrunners Dan Hernandez, Benji Samit, and Koala Man's creator, Michael Cusack. What's up, y'all?
Hello. We're so excited to be on IGN. Love it. We're on IGN.
Love IGN.
Video game.
IGN! Yes. Sorry. Are any of you stuck in video games right now?
I need to know how to beat Radon in Elden Ring.
Oh.
So that's what this is about, I see.
Yeah, can we talk about that the whole time?
Yeah, so this is what we do on IGN now. Instead of using like wikis and guides, you have to come to our show and then we'll tell you.
It's a live walkthrough.
Yes.
I mean, I want to know about superheroes though. I want to know about a specific one. I want to know about a Koala Man.
Sure.
All right, because like the thing is, like I take my superhero origin stories very seriously, and I want them to be believable.
Yes.
Honestly.
Yes.
So
Obviously.
I'm kind of curious, like, what is Koala Man's origin story?
The whole idea behind Koala Man was, what would a superhero be like in the most like
suburban, boring part of Australia. Like superheroes in Australia and America are always cool and exciting, but I thought there'd be a comedy to an Australian superhero just having no powers, being like a schlubby middle-aged dad, and it just seemed to make sense. And then we worked that into the animated sitcom world, and
this guy's
glued
insane.
together.
This guy's like, I don't know if you guys are like Smiling Friends.
Yep. Oh yeah, huge fan.
LOL,
of Smiling Friends,
LOL, Crystal Fantasy.
Crystal Fantasy, and then, you know, a bunch of online stuff that's amazing. He also did the Rick and Morty
Bushworld's Adventure.
Yeah, the crazy like Lazo April Fool's episode.
What did you think about that? Like, was that?
No,
did you all work together?
The short story was Lazo wanted to do an April Fool's like Exquisite Corpse episode of Rick and Morty, and I was like, let's just give the whole thing to Cusack.
Yeah.
And he didn't know you at the time.
Yeah, and I didn't know you. I was washing dishes at a restaurant in Melbourne.
Wow.
And I was just making like YouTube cartoons. And then Justin, after Rick and Morty season 1, he messaged me on Twitter. He's like, hey, do you want to make an episode of Rick and Morty? I was like, are you joking? What are you talking about? Like,
Is this common for you? Do you reach out to people at restaurants and be like, can you make an episode?
I reach out. I do actually do a lot of like when people that I think are amazing out there, like making cool shit that don't really have a foot in the door. Like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, hey, let's all boats rise. Let's, I'm very about like getting people that I think are amazing into the machine to make stuff and then to try to protect them so they don't get fucked. But like, you know, I just want it for me as a fan. I'm like, I love your shit. I want more of your shit. And then I want to surround you with guys like this, or you know, who Michael met, that can help you, elevate and just make, But anyway, yeah, like I don't want to take too much credit because the show is very much these three gentlemen, and it is a brilliant show, and it's very Australian, and it's like. Yeah, it takes place in this very small, weird little, suburban town, like you said, with a superhero. It's kind of, it reminded me of like Bob Burden's Mystery Men or like Flaming Carrot, like way back in the day, where it was like the lowest stakes superhero operation ever. And then of course they made a movie and completely missed the point, which is, But anyway, yeah, blah blah blah. I don't want to shit on that movie.
We are now.
That's not why we're.
That's fine. We didn't work on it, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I loved all the people in it, but.
So Justin, was it you that brought Benji and Dan aboard? Because I know, like you two, you have experience working on animation before. You worked on Apple TV Plus's Central Park. Yep. So how much of that experience did you bring to the table for Koala Man? And like, how did this meeting come to be?
Yeah, so I mean, we've been working on that with 20th Century Animation, and they were the ones who found, with Justin, Michael, and Koala Man, and so they sort of paired us together. Like, well, why don't you guys talk and see if you can find a show there? And when we met with Michael, we just clicked instantly. We all had the same vision of what this show could be. And yeah, I mean,
we've been really fortunate in our career to be able to do a lot of very different things. And working on a huge movie like Detective Pikachu, we were fortunate to work with storyboard artists and previs people and really like get a taste for that. And then again on Central Park, as producers on that, we were in the thick of it and learning a lot about what we felt would make a great, adult animated TV show. And then when we met Michael, we just. From the first second, we just clicked, and we just sort of understood that Michael's perspective is so special and that his aesthetic and his art is so special. We didn't want to shave the edges of that down at all. We just wanted to facilitate the best possible way to tell this particular crazy superhero story. And Justin obviously was absolutely instrumental in support and like giving us sort of like the wind beneath our wings to actually get this thing over the finish line and
to get it made. But I just want to say I know you were taking meetings with people, and then I kind of was busy with my video game and with all this other stuff, the other shows I have, and the next time I talked with Michael, I was like, how's it going with the partner hunt? And he's like, I got him. I found it. I found my partners. And you were very like excited. And then we all met, and I was super. And then I also found out what you guys had previously worked on. I was like, okay, this is going to be amazing. Yeah.
Now, we also you all announced Hugh Jackman, which I think is huge. Yes. Who else can we expect?
Hugh Jackman.
Yes. That is why we got him.
Yeah.
For that.
Now, who else can we expect?
Oh, I'll
On the
field
mic.
this one.
Okay.
Craig Harris is going to be in it. Craig Harris.
Craig Harris, ladies.
Craig Harris, the
IGN Pocket.
IGN handheld games editor from the 90s. No,
That's right.
He's actually replacing my part.
He's actually not at all involved with this
I
project.
could buy him as
I
like
just
an
had
Australian.
to. Craig Harris. Craig Harris.
Craig Harris.
Craig Harris. Craig Harris.
Can you cast
My
me? I do
schizophrenia is
voices.
kicking in.
No, just yeah, seriously, I do voices.
No, for real answer. Go.
Okay,
Real
yeah.
answer. Sorry.
Yeah, so we got Hugh Jackman, who was insane. Like, out of all the actors we got, he just seemed like so casual. And I did a meeting with him, and he was like, "Oh, hey, Mike, yeah, I'll be in the show, whatever." Like, my kid sort of was funny, and yeah, I think it's pretty cool. So yeah, why not?
He's like the sweetest. He's the nicest.
He's super nice, and I think it was because I'm blown away by it too. Like, it's an Australian show for American TV, so
Right.
he was just like, "Oh, okay, like." Wow, okay,
Rare.
whatever.
Rare.
It's rare. I don't think it's happened before.
We were very fortunate in the entire hunt because, you know, a lot of times when you make your dream casting list or you start to write a character with someone in mind, wiser, smarter people say, all right, temper your expectations. Probably one of the top 10 biggest stars in the world is probably not going to be in Koala Man. But you know, we were like, well, you know,
we wrote the part for him. Like this.
Oh, that's amazing.
This
Yeah.
character
The match made in
of
heaven,
Big
then.
Greg
Yeah, it
is
just makes sense.
He's the most Australian ever, and by
Yeah.
design. And so we're like, there's only one person that can play this
Also,
part.
not only that, he was also a superhero. He played Wolverine, so it just
Exactly.
makes sense.
Yep.
Well, Michael, Justin.
And Craig Harris.
And Craig Harris. Thank
We
you.
really,
He's here in
really
spirit. He's here in spirit somewhere.
No,
I know he's here.
Benji, Dan, I want to thank you all. Apparently, I'm getting told in my ear that we're running out of time,
Oh,
so
no.
I want to thank you all for joining us
Wait, you
right
don't
here
want
on
to
the
talk
IGN
about
stage. What's that?
you know, D&D stuff and like.
I mean, I would love to, but we don't have to do it with
what
the cameras
about my
on. We
video
can do it
game
off
High
camera.
on Life? What about High on Life?
Oh,
Come
no,
on,
don't listen to
IGN.
him.
High on Life.
Oh, boy.
Buy High
Here
on
we go.
Life when it comes out.
It's going off the rails. I knew it was going to happen. Now,
Sorry,
you can
sorry.
catch Koala Man in the not-too-distant future, exclusively on Hulu. And if you want to hear about more animal-themed vigilantes, I think we can make that happen here on IGN stage. Lots more Comic-Con still to come, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, IGN.
Ooh, you guys are smooth, man.
What's up, everyone? We're at the Star Wars booth here at the San Diego Convention Center, and just look at behind me. We have all these costumes from the Star Wars TV series on Disney Plus, going back from the Book of Boba Fett to Mandalorian to the recently ended Obi-Wan Kenobi series. We have Obi-Wan himself up there, Darth Vader's costume that Hayden Christensen wore. And what's really exciting, what gets me excited, is the upcoming Andor series that's launching on August 31st on Disney Plus. We have Cassian Andor's costume there, and also the legendary Mon Mothma. But that's not all you can see here at the Star Wars booth. They're showing clips from some of the episodes and films and from the Star Wars universe. You also have a really cool action figure set over at the Hasbro booth over here, Star Wars Hasbro. There's a Darth Vader Infinities action figure that's white. It is clean, bro. You gotta pick that one up. I don't know how much it costs. Probably not cheap, but it looks really cool. So I don't wanna forget to mention there's this awesome 3D puzzle company called Puzz, and you can put together X-Wings, BB-8. It looks almost like Legos, but it's like you got this figure that you put together, you can build at home. Really cool. And now we're here at the Hasbro section talking with Chris Reif here about the Star Wars, the Black Series lightsaber collection. These just look fantastic. I want to know the details, how these things work, what's going on here. Chris, what can you show us?
All right, well, so this is our Obi-Wan Kenobi FX Elite lightsaber from the new series. These things are just amazing. They're packed with tech. They've got, well, I'll turn it on here. We've got progressive ignition blades. So all the great sound effects. It's got all the sounds from the show, all the different unique things. It's a little loud and hard to hear in here, but like it's got all the noises specific to it. It's got, when it gets hit, it lights up, does stuff. It's got all these different little features. So we can do this. Like you've got two lightsabers crossed and holding them into each other. So cool stuff that way. It's got a little blaster to flex, like you're blocking stuff from stormtroopers. It's got, if I turn it this way, it's got this wall cut feature, like you're cutting into something. So, and then on top of all that, it's got a removable blade. So you can turn it off here, spin this top off on it. Then I can pop the blade out of the thing. And I'll just throw this down here on the ground. But then I've got a whole second top on it that I can put in here. And this top has much skinnier neck on it, so it's much more accurate to the visuals of the prop itself. So if you want to display it without the blade on the little stand that it comes with, then you can put this top on it and it looks just like the thing, or hang it on your belt or whatever you want to do.
I know Darksaber was also from the animated Star Wars series as well. Do you talk to any of the higher ups over at Lucasfilm, like a Dave Filoni or anybody that kind of talks to you when you show this design or anything? Do they see any of this?
Oh, they have. And actually, a funny story with the Darksaber, Jon Favreau came and visited our offices at one point and was marveling over the Darksaber and just how hard it was for them to get all the tech in the thing for the on-set one to make it work right and have around for filming. And then seeing ours in person, just marveling at, you guys managed to do this in an actual product. So yeah, it was fun.
And I'm sure everybody wants to know, can we get these? Are they available? When are they going to be out?
Yeah, so the Obi-Wan is one of our latest. It's available for pre-order right now on HasbroPulse.com. It will ship, I think, later this fall. And then the others are already out. So there's these and plenty more. There's a Princess Leia one that's got some really great chrome finishes and pearlescent stuff going on.
Chris, really appreciate you taking the time to talk about all these awesome lightsabers. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
And that's all we have for you today. Keep it locked right here on IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN One for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN One, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN One.
They turned into a network, who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN. All right, now our next guest has been the voice of several Dragon Ball characters over 20 years, including 3 who tried to beat up Goku before becoming one of his BFFs, and another who made him chase after a monkey that one time. The voice of Piccolo, Chris Sabat. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm good. Thank you for having me here, man.
Absolutely. I'm so, look, it's always a pleasure. Last time I saw you was back in 2019, so
I know, it feels like 10 years have passed.
It really does. Now, Goku and Vegeta, I know you love voicing Vegeta.
Yeah.
Goku and Vegeta, they're usually like at the forefront of these movies.
Yeah.
What's it like having Piccolo step up and become like one of the main characters.
I think it's time. I think there's always been in the fandom. There's always been like this group of people who love Piccolo. There's the Vegeta fans and there's the Piccolo fans. Piccolo fans usually a lot more chill. They're the type that meditate a lot. This is their time, man. This is a love letter to Piccolo. It's the best thing that can happen. You know how in video games, like sometimes they have to like rearrange characters, fighting characters to kind of to balance the game. I think this is a nice balancing. It's a time that we needed this info on Piccolo.
100%. Honestly, him and Goku, or Gohan, rather.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're both stepping up and they're going to be the main characters of this movie. Now, what side of Piccolo are you hoping fans see? Because we're going to see a new side of Piccolo without giving any spoilers away, of course. But what side? Are we going to see a softer side of Piccolo, or what side are you hoping that we see?
I mean, we're going to see a continuation of what they've been sort of alluding to this whole time, that Piccolo is not just some guy who's forced to look after Gohan's kids when he's too busy. He's a guy who genuinely cares about Gohan and his whole family. So you're getting this kind of family member, uncle side, like this powerful uncle. He's the last, in my opinion, the last trainer left on Earth. Like there's Whis and Beerus, and they're doing their stuff in Magical Land or whatever they're doing. But like Piccolo, he's grounded, and you see his relationship with Pan. You see his relationship with Gohan. You see his concern for both of them, and the concern for Earth, where if something was to happen and Gohan wasn't strong enough, what would he do? So this is I think fans are going to see. Well, they're going to see Piccolo from all sides looking a little different in many different ways. And they're going to see some different things from Gohan, too. And there's so many callbacks, so many things that call back to the original like Dragon Ball series or Dragon Ball Z series while still remaining like fresh and cool and awesome. And the animation's beautiful. It's definitely it's something that all Dragon Ball fans are going to find something to go, oh, yes, for, because there's so many moments. Yeah. So many moments.
I'm super excited for it. Now, let's go back. I want to talk more about Piccolo, of course.
Yeah.
He's died at least 5 times. I'm going to say that's a handful of times. 5 times. So what I want you to do, Chris, is I want you to rank his top 5 deaths. And I got them listed right here for you to look at.
Because as a guy who voices Piccolo, we don't I pretend like he's never died. Those are career killers for us. So we just hope the Dragon Balls can bring it back. So what do you have for me here? What are you including?
Okay, so let's start with the first episode, episode 27 of Dragon Ball Z, Nimbus Speed, where Nappa killed Piccolo.
I mean, that was shocker. Yeah. People weren't expecting that. That's high up on the list. So what do we have next?
Episode 277 of Dragon Ball Z, End of Earth, where Kid Buu, pretty much he killed Earth, including Piccolo.
Yeah, he was sort of a kind of a byproduct of what happened there. So, I mean, hardly. It's one of those, Piccolo died as well moments. Yeah. So that's pretty low on the list, I'd say.
Low on the list?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right, now we have episode 164 of Dragon Ball Z, Ghosts from Tomorrow, where future Android 18 killed future Piccolo.
Now, I know we don't see a lot of that happen, but it did remind me of the epic fight between Android 18 and Piccolo, which was like kind of a big moment for me too. That's up there too, but again, one of those, but everyone else died too, so it's hardly counts, right?
Yeah, I would say that's kind of mid, at least in my book as well, that particular death.
I mean, that's a shocking moment when Trunks relays that information, but like, it goes by so quickly, like Piccolo dies, Krillin dies, everybody dies. You're like, whoa, chill, slow down for a minute.
All right, slow
this.
down. In game, what's going on here? Just in game for in game was in game. All right, now we have episode 40 of Dragon Ball GT, entitled Piccolo's Decision, where Piccolo died alongside with the explosion of Earth, killing Ultimate Shinron and the Black Star Dragon Balls.
I didn't know they were including whatever this. What is it called? GT.
GT.
That's weird. I've never heard of this before.
Really?
People keep telling me I worked on this, but then at some point in my career, someone came and wiped my memory of that show.
You seriously don't remember GT?
I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it.
You heard it here first. GT never happened, everyone. It never happened.
Okay, look. I have it's coming back to me now, and oddly enough, it is one of the most noble of Piccolo's moments. So that ranks pretty high there. What about for you? Is that
100%? Yeah. Okay. I mean, just like because I remember we looked at the footage earlier. I revisited it with my producer, and it was really noble. He's standing there as Earth is imploding with his eyes closed, like. everything's going to
Yeah, I guess
crap.
this is the way it's gonna go.
Yep. All right, well.
Another day, another death. You know, it's death number what, 4 or 5?
Yeah, I'll be wished back.
But the Dragon Balls
maybe not.
exist, so, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be fine.
Now, the 5th and final death is from Dragon Ball Super Episode 22.
Okay.
From the Golden Frieza saga, where Frieza killed Piccolo.
Well, no one likes Frieza. That was an extremely visceral death, and that's one that actually happened.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
So, crud. I'd say that's probably second on my list. I'd say like the one that from that show that that you mentioned earlier called GT is probably pretty high on the top. Let me see this list one more time. I'd say followed by probably 27 Nimbus Speed where Nappa kills Piccolo. We weren't wanting that to happen. That could have been the end of him if it weren't for Dragon Balls. Probably followed by Golden Frieza, then Kid Buu kills Earth, and then Ghost from Tomorrow 18 kills Piccolo. I think that'd be my order right there.
That's a solid ranking.
Well, thank you, man.
That is a very solid ranking, and I honestly agree with that ranking.
Good.
Kind of curious what y'all think about it. Thank Chris Sabat. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure whenever you come by our stage.
I appreciate
Really appreciate it. Now, you can catch Dragon Ball Super Superhero in theaters August 19th. And we'll be back with more Comic-Con live on IGN right after this.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN One for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN One, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN One.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Hello, I am Kat Bailey, and I'm here with Kevin Eastman, creator of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Cowabunga!
Kevin, you are here promoting Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Cowabunga collection, and I'm wondering, what are your memories of the games, and have you ever finished the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for the NES? Because I'm pretty sure nobody has.
Yes, I have to put myself amongst those ranks. Is that I loved the process of being part of, and Peter and I both loved the process of being part of and developing the original game. I never made it through the water level. I've tried and tried and tried. But no, here promoting the Cowabunga collection is just fantastic because it not only has that game, but every other Turtle game in the Turtles since the Turtles have been making video games in the collection, which is super fun.
What was it like working on those games?
It was really special because when we came up with the Turtles as a comic book characters, and that was, it's an intended medium, and then suddenly you have the opportunity to develop them into not only animation, but toys, but video games, and each one is a universe within itself of complexities and artisans that need to bring their specialized and specific amazing skills to bring these things to life. So that to me was one, education, two, amazing to work with these guys that follow some of the same steps, design-wise or whatever, but then to bring them into a thing that you can not only see them in full motion, but also control that motion it's really mind-blowing, but what a treat to be part of that team.
Do you have a favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video game?
I go with Turtles in Time was one of my favorites because it was sort of something that we explored in the comic book, and that was the fun part too, is seeing something like started as an idea here, evolve into something amazing and unique in the gaming format. So I like the different universes you can go to in that game. When you play the arcade game, which turtle do you pick? I'm going to cheat because, I like Raphael, but I always choose Donatello because he's the star. He's got a bit more reach. You can step back and that's what I go with Donatello. So.
There are a lot of Turtles projects under development, including a new movie by Seth Rogen, and he has said that they're going to focus on the teenager aspects of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm wondering, what does that mean to you? What's your reaction?
Well, I'm a huge fan of Seth Rogen, and I'm excited to see what he does, because that's, to me, is when Peter and I did the first comic book, they were teenagers. They started as teenagers. They were age 15. It was their first time above ground, the first time, doing battle and doing the good that they were trained to combat, fight crime. And so they've always been teenagers, thus in the title, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and we've seen different versions of it, but I love that, whether it be Steve Barron and Jim Henson with the very first movie, to Kevin Monroe with the 2007 movie, to what Seth Rogen is going to be doing in his movie, to see his vision as an artist and a storyteller and capturing what he loves about the Turtles and bringing it to life, because that's what makes it work, and that's what makes it unique and makes it special. So I'm very excited to see what he does.
Kevin, you've been working on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for 35 years now, and I'm just wondering, how has your outlook on the franchise evolved in that time?
What a gift, what a blessing, quite humbling, to be honest. And to see it evolve from something that simple and that unique and that childhood dream come true, that's really where the dream came true. We were drawing comics full time. I was 21 years old, and I'm 60 now, and I'm still drawing comics full time. And to see it continue on to not only the original fans from the comic, the TV series, the movies, to almost become generational now is even more mind-blowing. That something in that spark that the original fans found, now a whole new generation of kids are finding something unique in the Turtles, and that's it really is humbling. Is the only thing I can think that's it's quite amazing.
That was Kevin Eastman, creator of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The Cowabunga collection will be out in August, and for lots more coverage of San Diego Comic-Con, stick with IGN. Cowabunga, dude.
Last month, Shredder's Revenge mutated a whole generation of gamers back into 10-year-olds, and they can keep riding that nostalgia high and relive some childhood memories with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Cowabunga Collection. Here to tell us more about what's in store, please welcome Charles Murakami and Chris Kohler. Hey guys.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Okay, so I'm just incredibly excited to talk about Ninja Turtles with both of you.
Yes.
I understand that you're big fans.
I've been excited to work on it for as long as I have.
So how did this whole collection come together, and what's it like getting a bunch of old games and putting them together in a new package? Because it sounds like a nightmare.
Well, I mean, getting the games basically up and running in the engine is that's like the first step. You know, that's where we start at Digital Eclipse, and then it's like, well, what can we add to this? So it's like all these games, every single game has some level of enhancements, which are optional. You can play it exactly as they were back in the day, or you can add enhancements like. For the NES games, you know how the sprites used to flicker when there were too many sprites on screen? Turn that off. You can just turn it off if you want to. Wow. You can have kind of as many sprites as you want. For the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles tournament fighters on the Genesis, we added the ability to play as the 3 boss characters, which was not even in the retail game. There's a lot of enhancements, and then beyond that, there is the Turtles Lair in the game, and the Turtles Lair is where the Turtles keep all their secret stuff, such as the original game boxes and manuals, hundreds and hundreds of pages of design documents that we pulled out of the Konami archives.
For the first time.
For the first time. They have never been seen before. These were pieces of paper that were in a building at Konami that only certain people had access to, and they got the Turtles license back. It's like, great. They were like, what do you want to put in the game? And we were like, everything.
Right.
Every gosh darn thing you have.
So this enthusiasm is why I knew to come to these guys for it, because originally we were doing things like the Castlevania collection, the Contra collection.
Thank you for those, by the way.
Right?
Huge fan.
Which is great.
Yes.
And then those had like 7 games in it.
Yes.
And then when the fans asked for a TMNT collection, I wanted all of them.
Of course.
And of course, the place to tackle something like that.
All of it.
Yeah, and with the passion that they have is, of course, Digital Eclipse, I knew right away that I want to work with them.
When I know Digital Eclipse is involved, I know that I'm not going to get some like bare bones, surface level collection. Because you guys go deep, like you were saying. So I wanted to ask you, what was sort of the toughest game to port to this collection? Like, were there technical issues that you ran into with any of them specifically? Like,
well, I mean, I think it's more difficult for the arcade games, and that's only because. So I mean, if you think about the Turtles arcade game, player 1 is always a certain turtle because, like, it's based on where you stand at the machine. But so we had to add, and it wasn't that hard to do it, but it's like we had to add a thing where you pick what turtle you want to be, regardless of which player you are. So there's stuff like that. Also with arcade games, we have what's called the watch and play mode, which is where you can watch an expert play through the games, all the games, without taking any damage, and you can jump in whenever you want and start playing. So who
recorded those?
We have one of our producers at Digital Eclipse, basically just like using essentially tool assists, to if he took damage, rewind, because we have rewind in the game as well. So he basically just sort of tweaked the gameplay. So when you watch it back, it's basically it looks like just somebody just playing flat through, taking 0 damage, but. With the arcade games, if you're too good at them, the game punishes you, and it sends like penalty bombs that basically blow up on you to kill you for being too good at the game because it wants more quarters.
It wants your money.
So A, we have an option to disable those if you want, and B, he basically had to like figure out like how can I like just barely avoid the bombs or whatever, and it's just this. That was a whole thing. The arcade games are a little more complicated than console.
And the other thing I asked for was to have the Japanese versions of all the games too.
Right.
And they don't work exactly the same as a Nintendo and a Famicom. And I know you guys struggled a little bit. Well, you guys got through it pretty quickly.
It was a surprise because I basically brought it to the engineers and they said, hey, by the way, the Famicom versions of these games, which of course we've got to include the original Japanese versions of these Japanese games. Oh yeah, they actually used special chips that Konami manufactured by themselves in Japan, and our engine right now doesn't support them, so you have to support them. So I am like always the deliverer of like bad news, to people like, well, historically we have to do this. Sorry.
I wanted to ask you guys an ethical question here. What is the etiquette with getting a pizza power-up if you have 4 players? Because to me, it's always defaulted to who's got the most amount of damage, the closest to death. Right. But other people just steal it.
I'm sorry. I know I'm talking a lot, Charles. Charles knows this, but you've asked an amazing question because Brian. I will tell you right now, we address this in the game.
Really?
Because there is a feature in Cowabunga Collection. It's called the Interactive Strategy Guide. And it's essentially like having your copy of like Nintendo Power or EGM or whatever, or IGN.com, the magazine.
Right.
You may remember. Open while you play the game. And each game has a series of strategies and tips. And so for one of the arcade games, we do, all the turtles have columns in the magazine that they wrote. And one of them is called Leo's Leadership Lessons, and he gives you the pizza commandments, and that is, if the player who is lowest on health gets the pizza, or if you're tied, the player with the lowest number of lives gets the pizza.
Ooh, that's a good one. I never thought about that.
If you're totally tied, try to leave the pizza on the screen until the battle is over and see if it resolves itself. And if you can't break the tie, the player using the sticky third-party controller gets the pizza.
Do you hear that, everyone? That is from Leonardo himself. That is the etiquette. Don't go picking up pizzas when you're full of health, ready to kick ass. You're cheating, and it's unfair for everybody else. So learn your lesson.
Is, last time we played, he broke all 3 commandments.
What?
So,
What do you think? You're up here telling people what to do, and you're like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a pizza on the ground. I'm stealing it.
You neglected to say we were playing on turbo mode in one of the games, and things were chaotic, and I accidentally.
Commandments are commandments, man.
It's true. Well, you had and it says in the game, you know, what you get to do to a player who breaks one of the commandments.
Right.
Which is what?
A wet willy.
You get to wet willies like in real life.
Well, I mean, you know, you have to choose whether or not you want to do that. But
do the turtles even have ears?
I'm not sure. I think they have to, don't they?
Sort of.
How do they hear things?
They have holes, right?
You're thinking of like
frogs
fish with gills or something like that. I think that pretty sure turtles have ears. I'm not a scientist.
I'm pretty sure in one of the movies the turtles give foot soldier a wet willy.
That's true.
Yeah.
They are able to give, and they have the big fingers.
That's what I'm
for
saying.
It.
Everything is historically accurate. And the foot soldier is a robot, so figure that out.
Very good to know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Cowabunga collection is coming to PC and consoles on August 30th, and I cannot wait. But in the meantime, we've got tons more live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con ahead, so stick around and give the turtles some wet willies.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
So Paul Wesley is now playing a version of Captain Kirk, right? Which I know you're buddies with Paul Wesley, and we actually have a clip from the episode that he first appeared in. We'd love to get your expert take on his version of Captain Kirk.
Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Farragut, offering assistance.
I may have a lead, sir. The ship in question appears to have a kind of cloaking device, but they still have a detectable gravitational presence.
So can we track it, Commander?
Spock. They are likely flying blind, without enough power to run their scanners.
So we can't see them, but they can't see us. We do have another option. We can shadow the ship, follow a parallel course to buy us some time.
Not an intercept course, sir?
No. The captain is right. That would be a declaration of war. But if Enterprise and Farragut match course and speed with the enemy ship, exactly, move for move, they might think we're just a reflection, echoes on their sensors. That way we won't lose them while we wait to hear back from Starfleet. Enterprise, this is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Farragut.
He doesn't have the
offering
sideburns.
assistance.
He used to have those sideburns, right? I don't think he has them.
Maybe he's not James T. Kirk.
Oh.
He is. He's young and handsome and thin.
Yeah.
And rich. So
was Captain Kirk rich?
Rich in experience.
Right.
lovely women.
What,
yeah.
what did you think of Paul's performance? Do you think he's got it?
Brilliant performance, a brilliant performer, a guy who's going to go very far.
Is he as handsome as the original Captain Kirk?
I don't remember.
Well, Mr. Shatner, thank you so much for joining us. It's always an honor to talk to you. To everyone at home, live long and prosper, partially for your own good, but also because there's more Comic-Con on the way.
I had so much to talk.
There's a dragon here on the Tavern.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves Tavern. Look at this amazing tavern. We have our wonderful chandeliers. We have wonderful candlelit barrels for your ales of sort. But I think we have a few guests we might need to meet.
Oh, do you think we could maybe talk to, I don't know, some of the producers and directors of the movie?
Why would they be here? Hi, guys. Hello. You have gotten to direct and produce a Dungeons & Dragons movie. Okay, how did this idea come to be?
Well, as an avid player, it was a dream of mine to actually bring this incredible world to life. It's so new and fresh and different from anything you've ever seen in the fantasy genre, so jumped at the chance.
And the game itself lends itself to the coolest movie you can think of because it has no rules. I mean, it has rules, but not the kind you normally think of. You know, it crosses genres, it's exciting, it's scary, it's funny, and that's what the movie is that we've tried to make.
Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. We're going to come back to you in March 2023 and be like, can you put us in the sequel, please? I'm getting word that, I don't know, maybe we have some of the cast here with us. Maybe, I don't know, like maybe we should just go and see. Maybe like Sophia Lillis and Michelle Rodriguez are in. Oh my God!
Guys, hi!
What's going on?
Sophia, we've heard that you're actually a big D&D player.
Yeah, I mean, I played D&D in high school with my lab teacher as the DM, and it was like, as one does.
You all got to play a campaign together before getting into shooting. Yeah, how much fun was that?
It was pretty badass. Yeah, it was nice to. It was like our first time ever really hanging out with each other. Yep. So that was like our kind of get together. We got to preview at how weird we all are. Yeah. Which was great because at least I didn't feel alone.
We shall see you again maybe on our returns through.
You checked out the dragon, dude.
I'm
with
sorry,
the
what?
sound
No,
system?
The one? I've never heard of a dragon. I don't know what you're talking about. And maybe...
He'll be here in 10 minutes. I mean, you gotta stick around for this.
Is this internet star and celebrity Carl Jacobs?
What is your go-to class? Who's your preferred to play in? Where's your role play?
I was nervous you were going to say this.
Okay.
I like to play like the wizard sorcerer type, but my friends always try to put me in the bard section, and I kind of take it as an insult. I'm going to be honest.
Oh.
But you look like a musically inclined person.
You've got wit, you've got charm.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah. But right now, there is something I think we need to see upstairs.
Yes.
Are you afraid?
Yes. Yes, I am afraid.
Okay.
I'm wondering where we're going, though.
I
because
know. As we get closer, there's this feeling of dread.
Yes.
That I'm getting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my God.
So good to finally meet you. Present your flesh.
Okay, so who was that?
Some sort of red wizard?
Oh, I think you're cursed. Yeah.
Cursed?
Yeah, you're cursed for this. What is that sound? Do you hear it?
Whoa.
Okay, that's a dragon.
Yeah, that's definitely a dragon.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. There's a dragon here on the Tavern.
This is the Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves experience.
Thank you guys so much. This is Jeffrey and Ben from IGN, and we're going to definitely not cry after the dragon.
I'm going to go try and ride it. Wait 1 second.
Wait, don't leave me here by myself. Okay, I'm going to go. Yeah, all right.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
What's up, everybody? IGN is coming to you live from San Diego Comic-Con 2022, and if you couldn't make it here in person, we have got you covered with tons of cool stuff. Now, if you want the full experience, go watch us on your phone while waiting in line for something overpriced while standing in direct sunlight. Comic-Con, the 4D experience. That checks out. Things are about to get pretty kick-ass because in a bit we're going to be talking to Genndy Tartakovsky about Primal Season 2. After that, we're talking to creators of the upcoming action game Gotham Knights, and then we'll be talking MultiVersus, where a bunch of cartoon characters beat each other up. But now things are about to get even more silly because it's time to hang out with the voices of SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star. I hope they fight. Me too.
Everybody, it is me, Akeem, with IGN's coverage of San Diego Comic-Con 2022, and I'm currently at the SpongeBob universe, where I'm going to get to talk to my old buddies, Tom and Bill, and see if they can teach me how to sound like SpongeBob and Patrick. Are you ready, kids? I don't know if you can hear me, but I can hear you, because I hear voices in my head, and we're going to hear more voices talking to Tom and Bill. Let's go. I was hoping maybe you could give me, I'm IGN's resident impressionist. I'm not saying that I'm good or bad, but I want some pointers, some tips.
You're just saying you're there.
Yeah, exactly, I'm there. I put on different voices every now and then. So I want you.
You're good. But
Tom, would you feel better about this if maybe he signed something stating intent? In terms of his intent, maybe.
Exactly. Yes, I think so.
Okay.
My
sponge prenup.
My intent is to be the best SpongeBob / Patrick Star at IGN.
I like the cut of your jib.
Yes.
Yin and yang.
Start with me?
Yes.
Sure.
Give me a line to repeat or...
Oh, yeah, let's see. Yeah, so you know how to do it. You know, SpongeBob's up here and comes out of the nose, very, very nasal, almost like a munchkin kind of thing. But let's see. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay.
So it's nasally right up here? Yeah. I feel like I sound like Steve Urkel. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I don't know. How does this? I don't feel like I'm hit.
Did I do that?
I can't do it. I can only do the laugh, I think. I grab you. I know you do this. I just grab my throat. I don't know if that's a good technique. Yeah. I think I might create it by doing that.
Yeah, I gotta just go right up against it, like karate chop myself, and then it's pretty firm up and down pressure.
Now, Bill, give me a line. I want to know. Give me Patrick. I guess I'm going from up here to down here now with Patrick.
Yeah, you know, what I want, because Patrick, to me, what I love is the more sedate range, and then there's the more ramped up range. So the sedate range, I would ask you to say, the inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Okay, I think I got this because, you know, my voice is naturally low. The inner machinations of my mind are, I forget the rest of what you said.
That's okay. Very Patrick-y. I'll need that
Their
contract.
line is extra Patrick-y.
Okay, so now the more ramped up version might be just something very simple like, I love being purple.
Okay, here we go. I love being purple.
Kinda, no. I kinda like Patrick hitting puberty, maybe.
We call that. There's, like he said, like calm Patrick, and then there's id Patrick. Like when Patrick just gets really mad, like a hulks out for no reason, and then we also call. There's also one-tooth Patrick.
There's one-tooth Patrick, yeah.
Like when I'm directing and when Bill and I are working together, that's like code. You just go, you know, how dumb is he during this line? You go, it's one-tooth Patrick.
Okay, we need a one-tooth reading. He directs
that's
with his phone.
When he's extra dumb, he just gets one tooth like that drawing there.
You know?
Yeah, I wish I
weird?
could take my mask off and do it.
I love you both, Bill, Tom. Thank you so much. Like, it's always a pleasure talking to you both. Seriously.
Live again.
Yes.
Yeah, always a pleasure talking to you, Akeem, and great, like Bill said, great seeing you for the first time since 2019.
Yeah.
And man, Comic-Con is back.
Yes.
With some changes, but we'll roll with those. We'll get through this.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right.
The first season of Primal blew away fans and critics alike, bagging 5 Emmys, 2 Annies, and a Saturn nomination. So yeah, you're damn right it's getting a second season, which premiered literally yesterday, I think. Here to tell us what's next for the best human-dinosaur duo since Fred and Dino, please welcome Primal's creator, Gendy Tartakovsky.
Hello, good to see you guys.
Yes, yes! So your career, your reputation, like, precedes you, and I feel like Primal is really you just kind of kicking the door down and being like, here's what I wanted to do. And season 1 has just completely kicked ass. You obviously won a ton of awards. People love it. You're back for season 2, the continuing adventures. What were you able to do with season 2 that wasn't possible the first time around?
Well, I think for season 1, we're trying to figure out if it's going to work, right? No dialogue, you know, very emotional, violent type stories. Are the characters going to connect? All those things, and and how complex can we get without any dialogue, right? And if you watch the first 10, we got more and more complex, you know, as we got down through the season. And so once we realized that's successful, we were like, all right, we got to go much further now. And so for the second season, we have 10 episodes, and it's all one story, number 1. So that's already amping it up. And the emotions are higher, the adventures, the fights, everything is getting more intense. But at the core, what was the best result from the first season is the characters overpowered the violence, right? And because I didn't want just the gore to stand out, it was always for a reason, right? And so, and now we're really pushing the emotional stakes of the characters and their relationship.
So season 1 concluded with the introduction of a new character who is the first one to speak words, really, as opposed to just screaming and grunting, who's Mira. And you're still not doing like full-on just dialogue. It's not like exposition dumping. But how does this sort of addition of speech, rather than just guttural sounds, sort of change the dynamic and how you approach telling the story?
It was something that we were really sensitive about because we didn't want to change the dynamic of the show or how the show feels. And so any dialogue that we brought in is in its authentic language, right? And so there's no subtitles. So it's really, you still don't understand it unless you can speak ancient Gaelic or ancient Arabic. And so it feels like it's the same. So there's a sincerity to it.
Nice. So I love that you are, like, clearly there's a style guide. There's like a cohesive sort of Primal
rule set for what makes sense and what doesn't, but this is not about scientific or historical accuracy. You're just having fun. Do you have any sort of internal guidelines about like how do you sort of find that balance?
It actually always starts from history. So pretty much every creature that we come up with or we use, I definitely do the research and I try to find something that's very similar or if it's actually right. And now that we're going into a new world of, obviously with more civilization, we definitely are historically accurate to a degree, right? And, but the most important thing, it starts from this truthful place, right? And then we kind of twist it a little bit for what it needs to be. But because it's based on reality, there's an honesty to it.
Was there a historical period or sort of theme you were most excited to implement in season 2?
I guess probably Vikings.
Nice. That's a
I've
very
always
safe
liked
answer,
Vikings,
yeah.
and so that was always something I wanted to depict, and we did it in a very different, unique way, I think.
Nice. So the first season has a lot of sort of Conan, Frank Frazetta, Fire and Ice vibes to it, and I think you've spoken about how season 2 is a little more heavy metal in the metal hurlant sense.
Right.
Can you sort of, I guess, tease what that means in terms of scale and presentation?
Well, I mean, I think it's all heavy metal because it is, heavy metal is the rated R animated thing, right? Especially when we were kids, that's all we had as far as that goes. And so it is just, how can I tease it without giving everything away? It's just epic, right? The scale is beyond anything that we've done. And we think it's still television, right? So we still have to figure out a way how to make it work. And so that was the first challenge. The second challenge is how to do a story when you head into a civilized world where it doesn't become cliche instantly, right? And that was a big fear because we didn't want to break what worked, right? And I think that was the biggest challenge. And so actually the first story that we were going to do, we totally got rid of. And we reimagined a different path for the characters to take. And where we ended up, I couldn't be more excited about because it's surprising, it's shocking, there's a lot of sadness to it, and there's joy, and it's really, I like to say it's just a ride. You know, I think the audience has really got to prepare for the unexpected, I think, and I'm kind of warning you a bit, but it's all super fun, and I think we're all everybody who worked on it we're just so proud of it.
Well, it's incredible, and I'm really happy to see you kind of doing what you want to do and just getting creative and having fun. That said, you have some other projects kind of in the works that I'm dying to know more about. Unicorn Warriors Eternal.
Yes.
This has some sort of, I feel like it's got a little bit of like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, a little bit of Thundercats, some like Tezuka in there, but I also can't get a read on what it's like. How would you sort of explain it using known?
Yeah, I think League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, the comic book, was definitely an inspiration.
We don't talk about the movie.
Right, is an inspiration, and Tezuka Miyazaki. I wanted to do big world building, much more complicated, twisty plots, which I usually don't do, but I thought that this story really demands it. And really the biggest thing is to have these cartoony characters, right? Emote and have emotion, and so it's dramatic, it's comedic, there's action, and there's mystery.
Awesome.
Right? And it's the biggest thing we've ever done as far as the story goes, I think.
Now you have one other thing. I've seen what you can do with like M-rated, R-rated violence. You can have fun with that.
Yeah.
You have an R-rated comedy in the works about a dog who finds out he's getting neutered and has 24 hours to do bad dog stuff. How much bad dog stuff do you have to do to nail an R rating for an animated comedy?
Well, the R rated is easy, right? It's to create a character, right? Because I didn't want to just do another, just for our sakes, right? I wanted it to have everything that I like, which is great characters, humor that comes from character, not so much just one-liners and pop culture references, right? And it's 2D, right? And to have really good animation. And I made kind of a wish list of 10 animators that I wanted always to work with, but because I was always in TV, I never could. And now I think we pretty much get almost every one. Oh, nice. And so now we have our designs kind of, again, kind of cartoony, but animated in this amazing feature way with this rated R theme. And so it's raunchy, but it looks really good, and there's great character, and there's heart. So we call it kind of like a unicorn because for 2D animation,
Yeah.
it's never really happened.
So you've got Unicorn Warriors Eternal, and you've got Fix, the movie coming sometime soon. But in the meantime, there's season 2 of Primal, which just premiered. You can find new episodes every week on Adult Swim and HBO Max. Gendy, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank
it's
you.
a pleasure to chat with you.
Yes.
For everything cartoons, dinosaurs, cavemen, all that good stuff, IGN's got you covered. See ya.
FX's Reservation Dogs is a half-hour comedy that follows the exploits of 4 indigenous teenagers in rural Oklahoma who steal, rob, and save to get to the exotic, mysterious, faraway land known as California. Here's a trailer for the upcoming season. Presented by FX's Reservation Dogs, the all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
Oh, thank you for your donation. Excuse me for my beauty now, for I shall give you some ancient Native American wisdom here. These are ancient sayings from the heartbeat of Mother Earth. He who hoots with the owls at night cannot soar with the eagles in the morning.
Things been real messed up around here. I think it's all my fault.
So I want to get this straight. You got a white wizard curse, and now you need to break the curse.
That bad medicine will come back on you hard.
When I look back on what I've done.
Are you girls running away?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm so jealous.
I don't even know what I'm doing. They don't even teach you anything. They just expect you to know.
You think you're the only kid on the res growing up without a dad?
You believe that, bro? All kinds of shit's been going down.
Are you guys snagging yet?
I'm 15.
What about you? No boyfriend?
No.
Girlfriend?
Can't be tamed.
Creator, take pity upon these kids. They did something they ain't proud of.
Tell them the effects of it will linger on in their hearts until they deal with the guilt inside.
Do not watch two dogs get stuck together, for if you do, you shall get pink eye. Deposit more money now for more wisdom.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN One for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN One, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN One.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Hey guys, it's Scott here at San Diego Comic-Con 2022. I just got out of the Marvel Studios animation panel where a lot of stuff went down, and we saw some cool things as well. I think the biggest, most exciting news was that Charlie Cox is going to be on Spider-Man Freshman Year, the animated series that's telling Peter Parker's story from before we met him in Civil War. And so Charlie Cox is going to be showing up as Daredevil, as are a bunch of other familiar characters. Norman and Harry Osborn are going to both be in the show, and Norman is going to be serving as a sort of mentor figure to Peter, which is an interesting sort of flip on the Tony Stark mentor concept from the MCU. That's Spider-Man Freshman Year is expected in 2024. They also revealed that we're getting Spider-Man Sophomore Year, which will be a second season of the show. On the X-Men 97 front, we've got confirmation that that show will hit in 2023. That's, of course, highly anticipated, the sort of sequel series or the continuation of the beloved X-Men, the animated series from the 90s. Magneto is going to be the new leader of the show, of the team on the show, which is interesting. It kind of harkens back to a storyline from the old X-Men comics. Xavier, of course, left Earth. It's a whole long story at the end of the 90s series. And so Magneto is going to take over as the leader. We also are going to be getting new characters like Cable, Bishop, Forge, Morph, Nightcrawler, Sunspot. We got to see an animatic, a very short scene of the X-Men fighting Sentinels, which was actually pretty fun. The Beast was tearing apart Sentinels, Wolverine was clawing them, Rogue was knocking them apart, and of course, quips were being dropped along the way as well. Next, we had Marvel Zombies, which is a spin-off of What If. Of course, we had a zombie episode in season 1 of What If, and so now they're getting their own show, and we got a sneak peek at who some of the zombies are going to be. We've got characters like Hawkeye, we've got Scarlet Witch, we've got the Abomination. These guys are all going to be zombies in the show, and then some human characters too, like the Red Guardian and Yelena Belova. They're going to be showing up as well. And then, of course, What If Season 2 is there. That season will be arriving in early 2023. And we actually got a sneak peek of that show. They showed us the first episode of the new season, and it was another Captain Carter episode, which was a lot of fun. It's a riff on the Bucky storyline, and I can't wait for you guys to check it out. So that's pretty much the long and short of it, very short of it, from the Marvel Studios animation panel. But for more on Comic-Con and Marvel, keep it locked to IGN.
Now, Marvel movies bring the world together to clap and cheer at the theater, and Marvel's live action shows make us wake up at ungodly hours to binge TV and avoid spoilers. But the coolest future of Marvel superhero stories might just be animated. Now, here to break down the future of Marvel animation are my hand-drawn heroes, Brian Altano and Joshua Yale. Excelsior! What's up? Yes. All right, now at the panel, they showed a bunch of stuff that was behind closed doors for fans in attendance only. There were 5 big announcements for upcoming animated shows. I Am Groot, X-Men 97. I know you're excited for that one, yes. Brian. Now, Spider-Man Freshman Year, Marvel Zombies, and Marvel's What If. Now, I want us to just start with I Am Groot, yes. Of course. Start with the littlest one, the littlest one.
Let's do this in size order.
Absolutely. Now we learn it releases on August 10th on Disney+. It's a collection of 5 animated shorts, all featuring Baby Groot getting into alien-related trouble, like you do. For this one, we actually got to see the trailer, which we're looking at right now, which looks amazing. What do we think?
Well, my gut reaction to this entire concept was like, this is a low-hanging and repugnant way to get me to fall in love with something cute and adorable and sell toys. And you know what? It worked. Because I'm in. This is adorable. I cannot wait to watch this. I was like, I don't care about this character in this context, but now suddenly I need to see him go on all these adventures and fight those weird lice or whatever he's doing there. They're awful looking.
Those lice that eat leaves.
Yeah.
And he's dancing with what was that? A translucent version of himself?
But it's gorgeous. Like, look at this. This is incredibly well animated. This is not what I expected when we first heard about this. Like, this is really beautiful looking.
Brian, would you call it low-hanging Groot? Yes, yes.
Someone had to make the pun. I'm glad it wasn't me.
Vin Diesel's getting paid for like a lot to just keep saying that line over. That is the greatest gig in the history of Hollywood.
For 6 shorts.
Yes.
He's just, wow, unbelievable.
5 animated shorts.
5 animated shorts?
Yeah.
All right, well.
I want to see his scripts when they come in for that show, because that is amazing. It's over and over. I am Groot.
All right, so now next shown was Spider-Man Freshman Year, which will release in 2024 and is a new Spider-Man cartoon set during Peter Parker's first year in high school, which was before his first MCU appearance in Civil War. Now, in a surprise twist, they revealed Charlie Cox's Daredevil will be in the show. And they said a second season will follow fittingly called Spider-Man Sophomore Year.
Right.
It makes sense, right?
This is like, that's like the Kanye path, right?
Pretty
like
much. Kanye might be on the show. I mean, I'd be in for that. Now they didn't show a trailer, but they showed some concept art of the cast featuring some familiar Marvel teen characters, including Amadeus Cho and Nico from Runaways.
This is really exciting because we didn't get the origin story for Peter Parker in the MCU, right?
Right.
He sort of like talks about it in passing, but I feel like this will be that origin story. And it turns out he goes to school with a lot of other superheroes. Nico is like a fantastical like magician character from Runaways. Amadeus Cho's from the Hulk family. At one point he becomes the Hulk, the totally awesome Hulk in the comics. So it feels like this is essentially going to be like a young superhero team.
Yeah, and what's crazy, I read Doc Ock and Norman Osborn will appear in the series, which sounds kind of insane to me because No Way Home kind of established those characters aren't in the MCU to begin with, which is kind of confusing. I don't know. Is this a multi? I don't know what it is.
Luckily, we have Charlie Cox's Daredevil on the case, which is another like crazy surprise for them to include.
Yeah. Now, next, they gave the crowd a first look at What If Season 2, and they said we're getting at least one more season after that. Now, the footage shows such crazy switcheroos as Steve Rogers as Winter Soldier, Iron Man stuck on Sakaar, and a glimpse of the Marvel 1602 universe. Now, what if anything can happen in this particular world? So, what's your takeaway from this, Joshua?
Well, we didn't get to see the footage. The only thing actually that came out of the panel was that Groot trailer we saw earlier.
Yeah.
So for this, we just heard a couple weird names, but yeah, Steve Rogers as Winter Soldier sounds cool. Iron Man stuck on Sakaar. I heard that's actually going to be a special racing episode. Maybe the Iron Man armor, he'll like retrofit it and turn it into like some sort of pod racer or something.
That would be awesome.
So it does sound fun. This show sounds like just fun, weird stuff. And also there's one really big cliffhanger from season 1, Thanos. Actually, that's in for Marvel Zombies. That's next.
Save it. Yeah, they also have a spin-off coming called Marvel Zombies. And of course, the big one that we're all excited for, X-Men 97.
Yes.
We're running short on time, though. I know that's one that we wanted to really talk about.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
They're getting a brand new season for it. It's a continuation of the original show. Magneto's in charge of the X-Men now, which is awesome. I cannot wait for this. This is going to be a blast.
Yeah, I like it. You just steamrolled that. The headline: Magneto is going to be the leader of the X-Men, which is nuts. We had Xavier died. Lilandra, he went to see Lilandra in the sky. It was crazy. But you know what? This show, I'm really looking forward to this one. We really should have started with the one we were hyped about first. But you know what? This is Comic-Con. There's so much more coming out, and we're all going to be here covering it. We're going to. I don't know, my head's gonna explode by the end of the day with everything that's coming out. All right, so that's all we got for right now. Stick around for more Comic-Con coverage here on IGN.
Let's think, the theme song. We're almost there, right?
We're here at San Diego Comic-Con at the front of the Game of Thrones House of the Dragons experience.
It's incredible. It's a full-blown castle. I mean, we have people dressed up. They're fully in character, and supposedly we might see a dragon in there. Maybe we'll sit on the Iron Throne?
Yeah, if you're a fan of Game of Thrones, and for the prequel that's about to be coming out on August 21st, you're going to want to check this out.
Yeah, and I'm going to become a Targaryen.
What?
I want to have blonde hair. what do you do, sir?
I'm a blacksmith.
A blacksmith?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you able to get us inside the castle?
Oh yeah, I can get you inside. Yeah, for a little bit of coin.
Coin, of course. Yes, I definitely have coin, and I definitely have a lot of it.
Do you?
How much do you seek?
A lot of it.
Do you accept Apple Pay?
What now? Apples?
Yeah, do you accept apples?
Apple. I don't take apples.
Oh.
Wow.
We're going to see our first dragon here.
Smells of incense? Ooh, fancy.
I am holding a dragon egg right now.
Wait, I want an egg.
No, you don't get one.
I'm gonna have this egg.
Why?
Because it looks pretty.
Hold it carefully. Don't toss it around.
All right.
Right now we are headed to Dragonstone, which is the ancestral land of the dragons. Hence the name.
Honestly, smaller than I thought.
It's crazy to think that this egg will one day be part of that.
How long do you think it would take you to blow out all those candles?
Can you not be disrespectful to the Targaryen name?
We're about to place our eggs into the hot spring.
Oh gosh, I dropped it a little bit, but it'll be fine.
Scrambled dragon sounds great.
Oh wow. The Iron Throne is here. We have entertainment for the Iron Throne room.
I hope they take requests.
What song would you request?
Bootylicious.
Oh, I was thinking more like the Game of Thrones theme song.
That would be more on theme for
right,
the event.
which
Sure,
they are
sure.
currently playing, yeah.
And you are?
Oh, my name is Marlise Colbray. I'm one of the handmaids of the Red Keep.
Wow. I'm so honored to be in the Iron Throne room. Is
this your first time here?
It is.
I can see in your eyes, you're a little eager.
I am also very
Are you
terrified.
gonna share how to ascend to the throne?
I think I might just sort of be a little coy about it. A little coy and a little nervous.
I think if you go anywhere...
once you sit in the Iron Throne, you'll be filled with the power it needs to have the confidence.
I love that.
So where did we hail from on our travels?
We are the land of Burbank. Wow. Okay, I'll go.
Thank you so much.
I would love that. Thank you.
Not you.
No, she was talking to me.
She was talking to me.
She was talking to me.
She was
She was talking to me. She was talking to me. She was talking to me.
Wait, just who are you talking to?
I'm gonna have to say.
Oh, come on.
Keep this in the video. Don't cut that out.
That was so much fun. For any fans that are visiting San Diego Comic-Con, this is an experience you're gonna want to see. Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. We got to hold an egg. We got to speak to some blacksmiths. He was asking for coin, but I only had apples.
That's right. We did have to bribe the blacksmith to get in, but it was totally worth it because I got to meet someone, and I think I'm married now.
Yeah, unfortunately, you did meet a suitor, and you are no longer single.
Yes, and also I got to sit on the Iron Throne, and that was worth everything.
More power than you've ever felt in your life.
And I held a dragon egg.
Yeah, so that's nice.
So if you want to see all of that in a brand new show, a prequel to Game of Thrones, it's called House of the Dragon. It's going to be on HBO Max August 21st, so watch that.
Might as well.
Welcome back. This is IGN Live at Comic-Con 2022. Our next guest really needs no introduction.
Well,
but
you can do it though.
I'll give him one.
I don't mind a little introduction. Somebody says, "Who's that?" I want them to know.
Everyone get ready to applaud for the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Shatner.
Oh my God. Thank you.
Mr. Shatner.
It's all lies.
My name's Scott, so you can call me Mr. Scott if you like.
Oh, I'm familiar with that name.
So you have, you're here to promote the definitive William Shatner documentary, which is going into production. What will make it definitive?
I was there. Well, it's because over the years, people have wanted to do something about what is in effect an obituary. and I thought, yeah, I don't want him to do my obituary or her. And then along comes Legion M with an award-winning documentarian, and it seemed a good time because my left foot hurt, and I thought maybe my right foot will start to hurt, and that's the beginning of the end of my. So I better get a documentary about me in the can quickly.
Mr. Shatner, let's lighten this up a little bit. Come on. You're depressing
Lighten
me.
up? Well, you're going to die.
That is
How's
true.
that?
Yeah, you might last longer than me. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. If you die before I do, that's not fun.
Yeah. So how much of your life are we going to cover in the documentary? We're getting the full story from...
There's raw footage of me emerging from the womb. And then as I get into decrepit old age,
Okay.
expands the expanse.
Right, and then we
I
get
don't
to the...
know. This is going to be Alexandre Philippe. Oh, Philippe is got great taste, and I'm relying on him. And so I'm relying on him to make a great documentary, and this being made by Legion M, which is like an innovative company, which is asking people, saying to people, look, this is our company, and you can invest in our company. You can buy, in essence, shares in our company for a modicum amount of money. I think the minimum bid is like $100, not bid, sale, and for $100 or more, you buy a piece of this company. That funds, those funds are used to make films and making this documentary, and you, the audience, shares in it.
Yeah.
And it's like an innovative. I've never heard of it before.
Yeah.
And the group of people that are heading it are so bright and creative. They're not very well organized.
That's where you come in. So I know in your autobiography, which I may or may not have read, there's a...
You may or may not have read?
I definitely read it.
It was, okay. it was definitive.
But there's a bit where you talk about, post Star Trek, the show, where you were in your camper van, kind of traveling the country, doing regional theater, and you were it was sort of lean years for you. Will we touch on those aspects?
Sort of lean years? I was broke.
I'm trying to be polite here, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Are you going to touch on like the less glamorous aspects?
Sure. Well, the glamour, there's no glamour. It's glamour. The glamour is here, like, oh, look at the bright lights and the makeup. That's the glamour.
Looking back on your Star Trek career, was there a high point? Was there a moment or an episode or a scene or anything like that that you just think was that?
Well, the high point was NBC bought the series. And the low point was we've been canceled. In between, it was terrific.
Right, yeah. Do you ever regret killing off Captain Kirk?
I didn't kill him off. When I took my dying breath, when the shot was made, I picked myself up, went over to the producer, who was the producer of the movies, and I said, I've written a book where Captain Kirk comes back to life.
Right.
He says, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, studio politics, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that was a great series. You did a whole bunch of them, actually,
Yes,
didn't you? Right?
exactly.
Yeah. So, we've gotten Captain Picard came back, Captain Janeway came back. Like, why can't we get, or can we get Jim Kirk back, your version of Kirk? Can he come back and do a show or do an episode?
I don't know how you explain. I died. How do you explain that?
Well, the bridge.
I'm dead, Jim. Right.
It would make a lot of people happy, though, wouldn't it?
Well, the people who are inheritors of my estate, I suppose, would.
Yeah, oh, no doubt, yeah. So you've actually been to outer space now.
I have been.
Yeah, what was that like?
You don't have enough time. Just to tell you that the end result was nothing like I expected, and it was really, it ended, I had a depth of feeling of grief about our little world, this tiny rock on which we just barely live on, and how deadly everything is becoming. And I was in mourning for the death of our planet and how we have so little time to do something about it.
Yeah. I've always wanted to ask you about the Twilight Zone, because I think it gets lost sometimes in the conversation because of Star Trek and everything else you've done. But you were in 2 of the best, most famous episodes of the Twilight Zone when you were a young man. What is your recollection of making those episodes? And do you ever watch the Twilight Zone marathon on New Year's Eve?
They always play those 2 that I'm in. I never understood. I find it difficult to understand why it's had such longevity, except that all these things that have a length of time, so many shows come and go, and oh, wasn't that a great show? Yeah, what's the next show? But some shows, like Star Trek and these other half hours, seem to touch on some humanity that is an eternal. And like one of those half hours, Twilight Zones, was about how do I choose my fate? And the other one was, how does this airplane stay? How is it flying?
Right. Yeah.
And then there was a little Czechoslovakian acrobat on the wing of the plane at 700 miles an hour. That's how it flies. Okay, got it.
Right.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN One for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN One, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN One.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Criminals are a cowardly and superstitious lot, and without Batman around to keep them in line, things in Gotham are worse than ever. Luckily, Bats isn't the only caped crusader in town. Here to tell us about the upcoming video game Gotham Knights, please welcome Anne LeMay from WB Games Montreal and Barbara Gordon, Batgirl herself, America Young. Welcome to the IGN stage. Welcome back to Comic-Con.
Thank you.
It's been a minute for all of us since we've been at Comic-Con.
It feels so good to be back.
It's really nice to be back. Now, I was just going to say that we're just about 3 months away from the launch of Gotham Knights, but I think we're exactly 3 months today, on the day that this is being taped.
Counting 3 months, really?
Yeah, so it's coming up.
Wow, that's
exciting. Feeling excited? Yeah. What would you say, what are you most excited for players to see or do in Gotham Knights?
Just to meet our characters.
Yep.
I can't wait for them to see all the work we put into the story and the characters and bringing them to life. So I'm really looking forward to that.
So let's talk about your villains in this game. Court of Owls, they're sort of the main antagonistic force. What's it like been crafting a game with sort of a whole cabal of a criminal organization, as opposed to just having one singular, one of the Batman villains?
It's actually been really fascinating to be able to take the Court of Owls, which is from Scott Snyder's comic book series, and it's such
chilling villain.
Chilling and terrifying and creeping in the background, and we're finally just bringing them up into the light slowly. But it's a sort of pervasive thing in Gotham City. They've been there forever. They've been there since the founding. They're part of the very fabric of the city. And being able to explore that through a new lens, through our night characters, has really been a rich experience. And we had so much content to work with, so much richness to the stories that was brought to the comic books, that taking that and then just layering it on and adapting it to an interactive narrative medium was very doable and very, very a fun, interesting challenge for us to go through.
Did you have the opportunity to create your own sort of prominent members of the court and then unique and identifiable talons that players will encounter in the game?
Because of gameplay, we definitely had to broaden the scope of the opponents that the Knights would face. So you'll be seeing some interesting talons out there. I wouldn't say more about that to not offer spoilers.
That's right. It's very. I like the little tease. So it's a cooperative game. Sometimes cooperative games they can be tricky. Players, when you're jumping in and out of other people's games, players might be farther in the story than someone else. They might be over-leveled or under-leveled compared to other players. How are you approaching that with Gotham Knights?
I'll be really honest with you. I do not have the specific answer to that.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I think there's something that we can talk about here. America, Barbara Gordon, not the first fictional Barbara that you've lent your voice to. I think there's another one you spent a little bit of time with.
Yeah,
but for
that's
your
my specialty. I just play Barbaras.
Just Barbaras.
That's it.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's good. You gotta have a niche. Barbara Gordon, how did you approach the character? What's your take on Batgirl?
I have been a huge fan of Barbara Gordon for a very long time. A lot of the Batgirls, from Stephanie to Cassandra to. Having read a lot of stuff just throughout my life, and then being given even more research material from the game company, which is amazing. Here, welcome to your new job. Here's some comic books. I mean, is there anything better in the world? But basically, just trying to pull through. She's lived a lot of lives, and she's had a lot of experiences, and pulling the traits and attributes about her that I've always admired the most, and trying to pull them into this version of her.
And you're also a stunt performer.
Yes.
How involved were you with Barbara's motion capture and fighting style?
I did the performance capture for it, but there are people who did the flippy cool stuff a lot more than I did. Yeah. But in terms of just her basic movement and the way that she interacts in every scene as a natural athlete that she is, that was something that came from that.
I see.
Yeah. And I did get myself a set of tonfas and start teaching myself how to fight with those, just in case.
Which one are the tonfas? I don't even know which ones those are.
Those are the tonfas with the sticks, and they hold the handles right here. And
wow.
It's like
I'm learning things today.
Yeah.
And do you think it was important for WB Montreal to work with a cast that's capable of being involved in the motion capture work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that was definitely one of the things we were doing with when we did casting is, first of all, Wilson Mui, who is our cinematics director, was with me for all of the casting, because while I was looking for specific actors, specific voices, mannerisms, he was looking for how people moved, how he would work with them on the set. And we both had a series of questions for our actors that really fitted both of our departments, but we had a very collaborative relationship right from the start. And I think that really paid off in the team that we brought together, and from start to end, from the writing to the reviews with cinematics to the actual final content.
So these characters, Gotham Knights, they've appeared in numerous TV shows, comics, movies. What can you tell us about your versions of these characters that are going to make them stand out from their other versions?
I think the fact that it's interactive is really, it's one of the first games I think that really has them as the main characters and as the heroes. But definitely, look, our writers all, love the characters that they were assigned to, but also read all the comic books, discussed it extensively in the writing pit. Like, these are characters that we put a lot of love into, but we were inspired and informed by the source material, the comic books, and by so many talented comic book writers and artists who brought them to life for us.
Well, I'm super excited to play. I love all the Batman games, and I'm really excited to explore, what the Court of Owls is like in a video game. So thank you so much for coming by the IGN stage today. Well, Gotham Knights is out October 25th for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC, and you'll get tons of coverage of it on IGN. But first, there's plenty more Comic-Con action ahead right here on IGN.
All right then, you're with me.
I'm Kat Bailey, and I'm here with Matt Fowler. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Kat. How you doing?
And we just got out of the MultiVersus panel where we had some new character reveals. Matt, what was your take on the panel?
The panel was a lot of fun. They had Matthew Lillard and Tara Strong there, who do voices of Shaggy and Harley Quinn for the game, and they revealed LeBron James from Space Jam New Legacy's version of LeBron James coming in. He's going to be available to play I think on the 26th, right when it launches, and then some other cool new characters after that.
So they also confirmed Rick Sanchez will be in there.
Rick Sanchez will be in there. First, though, it'll be Morty on August 9th, followed later by Rick, date to be determined. And all we know about Morty is that his powers will involve portals, which is very apropos for the show. LeBron James, though, we got to see actual gameplay from that character, and is supposedly crafted to be the ultimate teammate, just like LeBron as an actual player, there to assist his teammates, passing the ball, being able to teleport over, dunk on opponents. The kids love the multiverses.
Morty's power will be to be traumatized by Rick in MultiVersus.
Yes, it'll be to be irreparably damaged by the interdimensional adventures that they share.
Well, Matt, MultiVersus is going to be a huge deal when it launches on Tuesday. I'm wondering, are there any other characters that you would like to see in MultiVersus? Perhaps Muggsy Bogues and the rest of the Space Jam crew?
Oh, yes, of course. Get them all in there. Why not? The more the merrier. I'd love to see... it's interesting that they include the HBO characters because Arya Stark from Game of Thrones is a part of it too, but can we get the kids from the Euphoria in there? What about the guests at the White Lotus? I would love to see them come in, or at least have the White Lotus as a battleground backdrop. I would also love to see a regular show like Mordecai and Rigby show up. But yeah, there's so many things you can do with all these different IPs because they've got the Cartoon Network, you've got Turner, you've got Warner Brothers and DC. So that's part of the fun of the multiverses is that you can just pit together all these insane combinations of characters and then see who will win. Like ultimately you'll just determine who will win between these characters.
Indeed, the sky is truly the limit with MultiVersus. And also though, they confirmed that Shaggy meme that went around when MultiVersus was first revealed, it's canon.
It's canon, yes it is. As the Shaggy meme is canon as revealed also in the Mortal Kombat animated movie. And that was confirmed today at that MultiVersus panel. So the debate is completely over.
Well, Shaggy going Super Saiyan and IGN is going Super Saiyan at San Diego Comic-Con, which is continuing. Thanks for watching.
Since the dawn of time, mankind has looked up to the heavens and asked one eternal question: who would win in a fight, Superman or the Tasmanian Devil? Finally, we have a way of settling that debate by making them beat each other up in a haunted house. Here to talk MultiVersus, please welcome executive producers of the game, Tony Nguyen and Shelman Bird. Let's get ready to rumble. Big day. Big day for you guys here at Comic-Con, announcing some new characters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should we start with LeBron?
Yeah, we can. LeBron.
Yeah.
We have LeBron in a fighting game.
Yeah.
Awesome. In a platform fighter.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, you can check out the footage there. I mean, the thing with LeBron is that what we're able to realize in the game, and players are going to be able to check him out on Tuesday, is that he plays like you think LeBron should play. And the real life LeBron makes his teammates better. And in our game, our LeBron does the same thing. So you can pass the ball to your ally, and your ally will actually have the ball with them and can pass it back to him, pass it to others, and hit enemies with it. An alley-oop dunk with LeBron. So it's a lot of bread and butter co-op. The entire kit is based around this 2v2 mode that we have, and a lot of the mechanics are very cooperative. And yeah, you can play kind of like a basketball fighting mini game in a platform fighter in MultiVersus.
It's a very cool surprise. You have such a large pool of characters you can pull from for this game. How did LeBron James? How did that even come to pass?
So funny enough, I remember doing the very first roster meeting we were talking about. All right, there's gigantic listening.
What do you want? What do you think?
And we were like, what if we could put LeBron in? And that was a thought that kind of stuck in our heads in terms of what would that actually mean? That's the ultimate teammate. All right, our game is based around co-op. That already is a very sort of powerful message that we actually wanted to be able to send. And really with his gameplay and being able to ricochet the ball, pass the ball, and of course dunk on everybody is one of the things we can't wait for players to experience on Tuesday.
It's very cool. LeBron's not the only character you revealed today. Also, Rick and Morty.
That's right.
Coming to the game. How do these two characters play?
So Morty is coming out August 9th, and then Rick will be in season 1, sometime during season 1. So I don't think I think we should focus on LeBron, but I think that what do you think about when you think about Rick and Morty? right? What are the top elements? You think about portals, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Well, I mean, just that does open up some interesting gameplay possibilities, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's fun to think about. Let's talk about Ultra Instinct Shaggy. You know, basically, you basically got a popular internet meme in your game.
Right. But I think like what, so we are a service game, right?
Sure.
And at the end of the day, we're trying to make the best service game possible. And we're trying to serve players, and players have expressed that they really like this. And the other thing is, what people don't understand is like that version of Shaggy is canon. It was in a movie, in the biker gang fight, if you want to look it up. And Shaggy is a badass. Like that's actually canon. And then the MK animated movie that came out last year really solidified that, right? With the intro with Shaggy in it. So I think that we wanted to deliver that to players because there's been a lot of expression about wanting that character in, and so I think we're actually a combination of the two things. If you actually look at the character itself, he has both moments of scaredness and then also this like superpowered version of himself as well. So
what happens when you eat rock candy? So
that's the lore. He ate some rock candy. It's very Shaggy. Yeah, if you ever watch like any of the Shaggy shows and cartoons, he likes to eat random things, old random things.
One of the fun bits about MultiVersus is there's unique lines of dialogue because these characters, that would normally never meet each other are actually meeting each other right now. Are there any favorite lines in the game that come to mind?
One that comes, I think when Batman throws his batarang at Shaggy, he says, "Eat this hippie." And and
that's so good.
Just hearing Kevin Conroy as Batman say that,
"Eat this hippie,"
to Matthew Lillard, it was incredible.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I have to say.
Yeah.
Any other lines you want to call out?
I would definitely say there's a line that actually Bug says to Arya, which is, "Will the North remember that?" And that's just like that is savagely Bugs Bunny.
That's so good. Yeah, that's so good. Let's talk about Iron Giant. I think he was recently added to the early access beta roster. What can you tell us about Iron Giant in the game?
So Iron Giant is our first colossal-sized character. He's basically 2.5 times taller than our last tallest character, which was Superman. So he is absolutely massive. And as far as I know, probably the biggest character in any sort of platform fighter ever that's playable. And he's huge. So we took a lot of risk in making that character. It was probably 3 times the resources of any other character that we've ever used to build that character. And it was tremendously difficult. But I think that if you look at the moveset that he has, it's very reminiscent of the movie. He grabs a car where Hogarth's riding and just uses that as well. So like all the actual attacks are very reminiscent of the source material. And he's really fun to play. There are some problems with him because he just came out on Tuesday, we know about, but they're going to get fixed shortly in terms of bugs and like his power level. It's probably a little too high, but he's really, really fun to play, and I'm really proud of the team that put that together and was able to pull that off because it was a tremendously difficult character to bring to life.
I mean, I imagine the size must have created some balancing issues.
Lots.
Yeah, I mean, like your combo food, or you have to like give them something, right, to like defend against because of the size. The hurt boxes are much larger, but in return, he's much heavier. He has much larger hit boxes to hit enemies with, and defensive tools that allow him to survive against an onslaught.
Well, MultiVersus is just about to go into early access, right?
Open beta starts next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah. Early access is going on right now.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Open beta next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Very cool. It's a very, very fun project. Can't wait to jump in. MultiVersus is free to play. It's going to be on open beta on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series X and X, and PC. And hey, if you keep getting your ass kicked by Steven Universe, well, that's embarrassing for you. But also, check out IGN Guides for some tips and tricks. There's more IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con still to come. Stay put. We'll be right back.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd, only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN One. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN One.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN One.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con. Comic-Con's a celebration of all forms of pop culture. Movies, shows, audiobooks, video games, sometimes even comic books.
We are forgetting the real meaning of Comic-Con, and that is grown-ass adults obsessing over expensive toys.
Look at all our dolls!
We got dolls! Beautiful baby toys. All right, let's open some toys, Max.
Yeah, we started a little bit because they all have sorts of packaging around them and clamshells and all sorts of nonsense like that. Let's start out with the Dragon Ball Z guys. You love Dragon Ball Z, right?
I do. I love all the Dragon Ball characters. Piccolino and Vegeta, all those guys are amazing.
Close enough. So this is a cool one. They've got a bunch of them. Bandai Namco, the Tamashii Nations, SH Fic, they have like a very long name for this line. They put out like convention exclusive colors, and this one is pretty cool. It's Goku, but he comes with this whole like Super Saiyan 2 backdrop.
This is dangerous. You
these
could actually really hurt somebody
These are
with
really
that.
sharp toys. That's why you know they're not for kids, because the kids will cut themselves if they try to touch them.
That's
this
right.
is an adult toy.
Yeah, these are where we're adults. That's why.
There's also Majin Buu, who's he's the chunky good Buu.
What's his technique with clothing here? Because it seems like he's sort of into
He's
it, but
a
he's
genie
also.
who turns people into candy and then eats them.
But he travels a lot, and that's why he has to wear this
kills
adult
like most
diaper, right?
of the Earth. You know what? Close enough. We can call it that. But he comes with magic candy. Comes with some alternate hands. They've all got lots of accessories and stuff. But we got a lot of other stuff to talk about. Bandai and Tamashii Nations and all that. They have a ticket system. You can go to like the Marriott and buy a ticket and go on the show floor and pick a thing up. You can also probably find them online. Should probably have more information on this stuff in front of me, but I don't because we're in a hurry, you know?
Yeah, and we're children and we're stupid.
Celebrities
so what
keep
do we
coming
know?
on the stage and chasing us off, and we're trying to play with dolls
It's
over here.
their
right?
fault, not ours. All right, let's talk about Minecraft Steve for a second here, because this is really awesome. So this is probably one of the most articulate and kind of high-scale Minecraft figures I've ever seen. Cool thing about it is it actually comes with metal accessories, so you can put on his little leggings, jeggings. What are we calling these things?
So this is like diamond armor. You played more Minecraft than me, which is none. I feel like you understand Dragon Ball the way, or I understand Minecraft. Probably worse. I don't know. The point is we're out of touch and old, and we should be ashamed of ourselves.
That's right.
Yeah,
all the weapons here are metal, so you can pop his. This is an interesting thing. You can actually pop his little finger out, and then you just have this thing. I'm not going to put it where you think I will, but I'm just saying it's there.
It just looks like a poopy when you put it down.
Okay,
there.
well you said poopy. I didn't say poopy. You said poopy.
I have kids. I don't know what to tell you.
Can we talk about Ghost Rider? No, let's talk about the robot real quick.
We can talk about so this is, you love J.J. Abrams, right?
Bad robot!
Everyone loves J.J. Abrams. He comes in and makes your favorite movies, and he makes them better. But anyway, they made a doll of his production company logo. This is the Bad Robot. And this is, what, 30, 35 bucks, something like that? Again, I'm like looking at just doing my homework in the bus here. I'm not really one for plushies, but they clearly did do their homework on this. Like it's got like little wire parts. It's kind of posable. It feels almost more like a puppet or something.
This is great. I hope they make the Pixar lamp as a toy next. That would be a good idea.
You can get those at IKEA for $7.
Man.
Yeah, but they don't call them Pixar. They call them something you can't pronounce. Yeah, other Mattel stuff. They do Hot Wheels stuff for Comic-Con. Always really wonderful, fun stuff.
Yeah, I actually don't even want to tear this one open because it's so cool. So this is Ghost Rider, fully kitted out with his motorcycle. He's got this sort of like cel-shaded look to him on the side here, and the comic book back art is just gorgeous.
Yeah.
This is one of those toys you just don't want to open up. It's too pretty.
Yeah, so that one is. Let's see. Do I have it? I don't have it in front of me. It's like 20, 30 bucks, something like that. I think it's funny. It's for Ghost Rider's 50th anniversary, which means that he's finally old enough to get one of those motorcycles with like the big plastic side things. And he and Mrs. Ghost Rider are going to go on their cross-country tour, on the weekends.
Or their little kid who's on fire.
Maybe that's a weird way of framing it. Other crazy Hot Wheels, they did the Razor Crest in like Beskar mode, but my favorite part is it comes in a Camtono.
That's right.
Otherwise known as a 1970s ice cream maker, as revealed in The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, you can see this in the hit film The Empire Strikes Back when Wilbur Hood runs through the back of the movie holding this old ice cream maker. That's actually real. Speaking of Hot Wheels, we also have Knight Rider. For those of you who are 50 and older, that car is back.
Ghost Rider is actually going to pre-order Knight Rider, but this is cool. Like, it's fun. It's a talking.
In the 80s, a car that could talk was amazing, and now they all won't shut up.
Does it light up? What does it do? It comes with a USB thing.
That's
does
right.
It play the music? Play the theme. We're literally opening this live on the thing.
That's it, right? Is that it?
Close enough.
That was it. Yeah, I thought that was chips for a second.
They didn't
we're
charge
lost
it
here. It's good. We're having fun.
We're trying.
So, yeah, we forgot to charge the car, so we're in a heap of trouble.
Yeah.
And Knight Rider's gonna be very quiet tonight, but that's okay. You know what? He needs a night's rest. You know who's gonna be loud as hell? Is King Kong. King Kong is back, and he is ready to fight Godzilla and wrestle with all sorts of horrible animal creatures all over the world and underneath it too. Apparently, sometimes he goes into the subterranean. Take a look at this hairy beast. Let's open
get him out
up.
of there. Free him out from his plastic prison.
There we go.
Okay. He's wearing like weird plastic underpants that they put that in there, I guess, so the parts don't stick together.
So he's got his big battle axe. He's got this robot head he tore off. He also comes with, ladies, decorative earrings that you can put these on.
I think you look cool.
Thank you. Yeah, this is going to be my new thing for Comic-Con 23. Just King Kong earrings.
I had fun with this movie. I was a few years deep watching it, so I don't recall exactly how it ends, but I believe he rips a robot's head off and uses it as a weapon, which is always a good time.
Very true.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, so he's got all sorts of accessories and different hands you can pop in and out. This is a good time. I really like this toy a lot. This is a good monkey.
You like Mario, right?
I do. I like Mario Kart, and everyone's favorite Mario Kart character, obviously, is Pink, Gold, Peach.
Yeah.
The different colored version of regular Peach. And she comes in this decorative box that you can open up, and inside
there's a second different box.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Now, I want to point out that these are technically in the same line.
The boxes keep going. It's like a Russian nesting doll.
So Ghost Rider, you can make her race Pink, Gold, Peach, and they can have the time of their lives. That's a Mario Kart DLC I want.
I'm into it. I'm going to try to open this and make the Hot Wheels toys race across the desk.
Yeah. Now, as you can see, we also brought a knife. So that's cool.
Yeah, if you
knives are cool. I think they're cool.
They're pretty sick. I don't think you're supposed to have them at Comic-Con. I don't know.
No, you shouldn't bring them to Comic-Con.
Definitely don't do that.
And if you're a kid opening toys, you shouldn't have a knife either.
Ask your parents to get some cool scissors.
Yeah. You get this at the Home Depot.
How do you get it out? How does a Ghost Rider come out of there?
Well, that just about wraps us up for all the toys that we just started opening. There are so many here, and we can't wait to play with them, right, Max?
Maybe if somebody cancels on their live show appointment, we can play with more toys. We'll have to wait and see.
That's right. Well, for all things Comic-Con, you're already in the right place, and that's IGN. So keep watching and hanging out all weekend long, because we are having the time of our lives.
I don't even know how you open the box. It's so complicated.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Welcome back to IGN live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022. It's a beautiful day in San Diego, and we're live all day long with tons of awesome guests, breaking news, and surprises. Later on today, we're checking out some brand new gameplay for Saints Row, the kick-ass upcoming open-world action game. But that's not all. We're also hanging out with Lois Lane herself from Superman and Lois. But right now, let's check in with the cast of the upcoming A24 murder comedy, Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. Take it away.
Throwing a house party at a remote mansion during a massive hurricane is not what most people would consider a good idea, but it does make for a good idea for a dark horror comedy, especially if there's murder involved. Here to tell us about the upcoming A24 film Bodies, 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 welcome the stars Amanda Stenberg, Chase Sweet Wonders, Maria Bakalova, Myha'la Harold, Rachel Sennett, and director Helena Rain.
Yay!
So Bodies, Bodies, Bodies is about a group of sort of mostly close friends who are cooped up in this one location, and they start playing kind of the werewolf mafia style, mystery game, and then horrible things start happening. For this to happen, you sort of all had to have like a certain amount of camaraderie because you play like a group of good friends. What kind of stuff did you do to sort of get to know each other, get in character, sort of become?
We slapped each other across the face on day one.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that.
That's actually part of the game. So the game starts by everyone taking a shot and slapping each other in the face. I actually do think that brought us closer together.
Yeah. Smacking each other for real? It's like a trust wall.
Yeah.
I think being thrust into this kind of film, like on day one, blood, mud, wind, rain, all of these things kind of trauma bond you. When you go through something like physically and emotionally traumatic with another person, that's like a really, it's a very good way to feel close. You kind of have a common enemy, and ours was the storm. So
it was the wind turbines. Yeah. It was the wind turbines that would like make this like really chilling sound when they started up.
Oh wow. Okay.
So, like,
yeah.
Okay, so just
the game altogether.
That works. Yeah.
Can't deny it.
And didn't you all also play the game for real at the hotel?
Yeah, we did, and that was actually kind of divisive for a second because I was getting very into it and being very aggressive, and Rachel was like, "Everyone be nice. We should be nice to each other."
Everyone's
what
your character does.
What
your character does.
And my character was very aggressive, which was me in real life.
Nice. So Helena, you have this incredible resume. You've done a lot of stage stuff. You've done lots of just theater for ages. Did you have any like wonderful wisdom to impart on this sort of young cast, or did you do any like Kubrickian evil stuff to them as a director.
I hope not. I hope not. But the circumstances were extreme. So as they were saying, we did trauma bond a lot. But I think what you were referring to, I think what we really did was try to be a little theater ensemble, and really be that group and make it natural and believable that we knew each other for long, which nobody really knew each other, right, when we started. So, and I'm just in awe of their talent, and I'm just like such a proud mom.
Nice. And was this all actually shot in one physical location?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool to hear.
A location we will never return to.
Never forget, never return.
Where was this? Like, what was this mansion?
Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah. In Irving, so it's already a haunting, chilling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was cute though. Let's not cap entirely on Tarrytown and Sleepy Hollow. It was nice. There were like fun restaurants, and then as soon as it was dark, it was like, go inside.
Well, we were nocturnal most of the time. It was all night shoots, so we experienced none of it. Really.
Yeah.
We experienced the hotel with the blackout curtains during the day. And then
we had no sense of time.
No.
We all became quite delirious.
God bless a blackout curtain though.
I know.
That was key. We did.
So you were basically doing graveyard shift. Like you would go to the hotel and sleep during the day, and then you'd go to this mansion and just pretend to kill each other.
Yes.
Like that's.
At night.
At night.
Yeah. When dusk fell.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. So Helena, like a lot of this it's shot with like cell phone light. Like it's all very dim and it's kind of claustrophobic. What was it like working under those conditions?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's a huge challenge because, as they said, like 80% of the film or 70% takes place in the dark. So we had to be creative about it. But for her part, we decided to create for her like to be a source of light. So she's wearing these. How do you call that in English? These.
Oh, the glow sticks.
Yes, and that will, and that way she lights the others, and then they physically actually had to light each other, which is of course an extra challenge on top of everything they were already doing. But I'm really proud of it, and I think our DP made it look so magical. But we did get sometimes a little scared, and the house did seem to be a little haunted. It was a really strange, huge, impressive mansion, but very deteriorated. We made it look nice again for the shoot, but it was a little bit scary, no?
Yeah. Also, for the glow sticks, they would die, so we would have to change my glow sticks, and there were so many, and they would be like, everyone would be like, okay, it's blue, green, yellow, red. Oh no, sorry, it's this, and we're like quickly changing. I'm sticking blood. I'm like trying to cry, like stick. It was fun.
How many did you go through? Did you have like a giant like Costco vat of them or something?
So many.
So many.
There was a room just like filled with stuff like that.
Yeah.
But also it was the continuity that was the issue because it would have to be the same level of glow.
Yes.
Sticks.
Because as the night goes on, they kind of fade out.
That sounds like a
That
sounds like a pain in the ass.
It was a lot.
There was a moment where I remember where I was like, I looked down and I was like completely out of it, and then they were still changing my glow sticks, and then we were like rolling in the scene. It's my Hall's coverage. You're like locked in, giving the performance of her life. Wait, I have to say the first line. I'm like this, and then Jason and Manla are like, Rachel, go, and then one of you was like, Alice, and I was like,
what do you think about that?
Yeah, and I was like, oh, yeah.
Okay, well, what was crazy about that was because I started not even looking at you, so I'm waiting for your line, and I was like, oh, that's nice. She's giving me so much time to prep. And then finally, like, yeah.
Okay, I'm prepped, so let's go.
And then you finally say your line, and I look up at you, and there's hair and makeup and people, and all of them are like, looking at me like, should we move or stay there? And they did. They just stayed there because the camera wasn't on them
The entire
at all.
scene.
The whole.
It became a part of the scene.
Yeah.
Clearly, like you built a good camaraderie. It seems like you're all very close. Now, I'm going to get in trouble, at my job if I don't make other people fear that they're going to get in trouble at their job. So, Maria, you play an unannounced character in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and Amanda, we just found out you're in Star Wars: The Acolyte. I guess which one of you would get in more trouble if you told me literally anything right now?
That's hard to say.
I don't know.
Marvel and Disney.
Do you hear just like the Disney snipers ruffling around?
My lips are sealed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
all
don't know anything.
Okay, final question. I'm sorry, I get yelled at if I don't do that. It happens.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
They're like, Guardians 3 update. They can't say anything.
Yeah.
Did
Like the story keep being like it's being uploaded online now, and people are like, more as the story develops, and they don't know that there will be no story developing. That's the story. You've
Fair
gotten
enough.
the whole story.
There it is. Now, final question about Bodies. Did anything like crazy disastrous happen, either sort of comical or seriously on set? Like any weird hijinks?
Yeah, there was a few. The one that I'm thinking, and I don't know if you're thinking about this, was the day almost the entire cast had a false positive COVID test.
Oh, yeah.
That was crazy. I was one of the people who did not test positive that day, so I was on set.
the one who should basically
they're like, it wasn't
we're all
me.
locked up in
No.
But I mean, my fault. It was me.
No, I'm only saying that because I was on set. There was like 3 of us who were cleared to work, and everyone else was not allowed to come. And so we were like, how are we gonna? We gotta figure something out. We don't have time. We cannot reshoot. And so all of them took another test and then were individually taken to set in a car and sat outside and waited for like 8 hours until they were cleared to work.
You know, I think a hurricane sounds like more fun there. You know, that's a better disaster.
Have one of these as well.
That's good. Okay.
We did have a hurricane. We had a hurricane threat.
Okay.
To the production, and we actually did have to hide in the spooky mansion in the basement for a while.
Method set decorating. I like it.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I can't wait to see Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. You can catch that in theaters everywhere on August 5th, and you can catch lots more San Diego Comic-Con 2022 right here on IGN. But right now, on our balcony, you can catch Lois Lane. But hey, isn't that Superman's job? Am I right?
Season 2 of the CW's Superman and Lois just wrapped up last month, and there's a 3rd season on the way. Joining me now to possibly tease what's next, or at the very least, give me some tips on being a better reporter, as you can see, it's Lois Lane herself, Bitsy Tulloch. How are you doing?
Doing well, how are you?
I'm doing very great.
That was a great intro.
Whew, thank you so much, it means a lot. Happy to have you here. Season 2 was a lot. Lots of family drama and lots to unpack. So my first question, and I was the most excited about this, was that you and Lois and Lucy get some scenes finally. Both Lois and Lucy and Clark were introduced in Supergirl, but now you guys get to come together and play together. What was it like getting to work with Jenna and have like the Lane family in full force?
I never worked with Jenna on Supergirl, and she is just so delightful. She is so fun. And my God, if anybody can convince me, and I am not a good dancer, had me doing like TikTok dancing on set, and it just was. She just is like joy personified, and she is a pleasure to work with. Even though our storyline was for the most part really dark and serious, and she was in a cult and everything. Just, you know, when the cameras weren't rolling, we were just literally, we just kept saying we're like sisters, and we text each other, and it's like, which face cream did you say was so great? Oh, it's this one. Oh, okay. Where's that good park to take your kids? Like, we just really have a lot in common, and I had a blast working with her, and I hope she comes back in some capacity.
Speaking of reporter stories, now Chrissy knows that Clark is Superman, and Clark is now getting a job at the Gazette. What kind of adventures or stories do you think they can break together as a team next season?
I don't know. I'm really excited for that team up, a bit of a motley crew with Clark joining the team. I'm really glad that Chrissy finally knows. I know it was really hard for Lois keeping that secret from her, and I know that the fans too were really missing and wanting more of Lois Lane as a journalist, and so I certainly hope that we're going to see a lot more of that kind of stuff season 3 as well.
The season ends and now there's a new fortress and the whole family is involved. First off, where are the Kents now? Like, their relationship is, how are they feeling about each other, and do you think they're more unified now more than ever?
I think, it's not always true that traumatic situations bring people closer. I think sometimes it tears families apart, but I feel like this is a very close, tight-knit family, and I can only imagine or hope that we'll be just closer as a result of all this. That said, I haven't read anything for season 3. I know the writers just got back to work last week, so it'll probably be at least another month before I read a script.
Okay. Well then, looking back, what was it like playing the Bizarro versions of yourself?
That was really fun. It was just such a departure from the Lois Lane that we're used to. I really liked the wig. I liked the wardrobes. Tyler and I got to do some really serious scenes where we were yelling at each other and spitting on each other, and the reality is Lois Lane and Clark Kent are very much an iconic couple, and they're very much in love. So to see this iteration of them where they're not getting along and they were fighting, and the family, it's like everyone was just existing in different realities. Like, there wasn't a lot of connection. Nobody was really supporting each other. So I think it was a little wake-up call to them be like, okay, let's not become that.
Another strained, or I guess
in-progress relationship that I hope we get to see more of next season is the Lois and Natalie relationship. I know there was that first hurdle when she first came by, but what do you hope for that relationship now that, you have the Kents, but then also there is Natalie?
Right. It is almost as though Lois got a third kid. Obviously, Lois doesn't really have any memory of Natalie. I love working with Taylor, the actress who plays Natalie. I think she's a tremendously talented actress. She's bringing something different to it. She's really able to tap into these emotional places, and I do think it's interesting for me as an actor. I do have a child. She's 3, but she's a little girl, and to explore the dynamic of what it's like to be a girl mom. And all the complexities that a teenage girl brings to the equation, and so I'm really looking forward to working with her more season 3.
This season, Clark and the Kents really share Superman's secret with a closer group of people, but still a lot more than people ever knew in Smallville. And it's always been this albatross of a decision for them to make. One question I had was if you thought that Lana was right to be mad at Lois instead of Clark, and do you think you needed to apologize?
I cannot speak for Lana. My opinion is that Lois was protecting her family, and it was not her secret to tell. It was Clark's secret to tell, and I feel like Lois felt horrible for making Lana feel so bad, and I know Lana felt betrayed, but at the end of the day, she was being a mama bear, and she was protecting her family, and really that was on Clark to tell her. And if you remember in the scene when Clark says, "Should I tell?" Lois is like, "Yes, absolutely, tell her." But again, it never felt like, "Okay, you go do that. I'll tell her, honey. You just take a,
Yeah. I can't wait for more drama in Smallville to unfold, and for the Kents and all the families of Smallville to be there together. Bitsy, thank you so much for joining us. IGN's Comic-Con coverage will be right back after this.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd, only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN One for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN One, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN One.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
I didn't see the fire.
we got that.
This August, the hilariously over-the-top spy comedy Archer returns for its 13th season, but we wouldn't have made it one season without our next guest. Joining me now, Archer's executive producers Matt Thompson and Casey Willis, and some very familiar voices, Aisha Tyler, Chris Parnell, Amber Nash, and Lucky Yates. Welcome, guys!
For you guys.
Now, the series has gone through a lot, especially in the last 12 seasons. Considering that the 13th season is coming next month, would you say this is like the next chapter for the gang, especially now they have a new boss now, Matt?
We always treat these things as chapters because we want each season to be something new, to give you a reason to come back and keep watching it. At their hearts, they're always going to be Krieger and Pam and Lana. But we have to keep things fresh, and so this season what we're doing is the agency has been put under the thumb of Fabian Kingsworth and the IIA, and kind of like riles up our people pretty good.
Yeah, and Fabian is kind of putting them through their paces and kind of trying to play them against one another to see who will be the eventual leader of the agency.
But, I mean, he has nefarious intent.
I think. I mean,
Yes.
it's got to be.
There's
right?
got to be some subtext.
With a name like Fabian, it has to.
I mean, I was convinced the entire time we've been with Fabian that he was trying to murder us, that he was just trying to eliminate us by our own buffoonery.
I don't think he's such a bad guy. I mean, he's got a lot of nice qualities.
Look at him go.
Look at the pretty pictures.
Yeah, there he is.
Look at Cyril.
Now, Fabian Kingsworthy is voiced by Kayvon Novak, which is awesome, considering that we've seen him in other works, and now he's taking the role for this. Do you guys feel like you're going to be pinned against each other, but more so like it's going to change the dynamic, considering that he's a little bit more strict and serious? He kind of tried to kill you guys in season 2 also, and then he's like, lo and behold, the boss.
Yeah. We've already overcome a lot of other people that have tried to step in and control this group. And when I say that, I'm actually talking about this group of actors and not about our characters on the show. And they always fail. So, I mean, I think the dynamic here is that this group they reluctantly collaborate, right? They're a very reluctant team, and they kind of cooperate when it suits them and then try to shoot each other when it doesn't. I mean, I think I've probably shot Archer in the foot like 11 or 12 times on the show alone. So
at some point, we stopped keeping track of how many bullet holes went in all of our characters. Because in the early seasons, Archer would have a bullet hole, and we'd be really consistent, keep that bullet hole, keep that one. They've all been shot so many times.
Yeah, I would say Archer's 90% bullet hole.
Yeah.
At this point.
It's a lead
see that guy in an
poison
airport
nightmare.
metal detector.
I mean, he died and was in a coma for 3 years,
Yeah.
so it's like, technically he's shot all up. But in season 13, you have some confirmed guests, Kenan Thompson, Alyssa Pill, Kayvon Novak. How do you guys choose these celebrities to come and lend their voices, or is that something that just kind of like happens impromptu?
That's a good question. I've never known.
With Kenan in particular, we have a friend of the show, Tesha, who got to write on Saturday Night Live this past season.
Right.
And she was told that Kenan loved the show, and we're like, well, we would love to have him on.
This is like if someone just shows us that they're like any sort of kindness, we're like, oh, thank you, sir. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Like, in truth, I, in particular, and Chris knows this, I've asked him way too many questions. I'm like an SNL jock sniffer. I just absolutely love everything about SNL. It's because I really covet what these guys can do, which is each one of them, they're basically all improv comics, and so they make scripts better. And you find a lot of that at people like SNL. And so for me, I always look for people who are extremely funny and who can make up comedy on their own.
So that you guys don't have to work so hard.
Correct, because we are not very good at our job.
I think you're great, boss.
Just a guy. Yeah, merely just a reference. Just script is a reference.
One of the favorite people that we have coming on this season is Pamber. I often call Amber and Pam have merged to me, and so I frequently call her Pamber.
Oh,
she has a new love interest this season. Don't you, Amber?
Yeah, Pam's got a love interest. Some sexy love situations going on.
Oh my God, really? There were sexy love situations?
I think
What did
so.
you record?
I don't know. Where are we?
Is that why all your sessions were like at midnight?
Yeah, and they were like pretty sweaty.
Oh man, I don't know. I wasn't there. It
So
was-
that Amber needed you to know that it was sexy, and if you couldn't tell from the words she used, she was like, sexy.
You guys know what sexy is?
No, but I guess your husband does.
Now, speaking of dream guests, if you had all the resources and, let's say, money in the world, who would you want to guest voice on Archer?
Oh, this is an
Barack Obama.
question.
Barack Obama.
Great.
As Barack Obama or as like somebody else?
Oh, like as like a spy at a competitive spy agency.
Another person who has shown us a lot of love and interest in the show, and we tried to get him on so many times, is Daniel Craig.
Yeah, we keep trying. Because it makes so much sense.
He came to visit us. He came to the studio, and we were showing.
Why didn't you call us?
We were showing him pictures, and he's like, "Oh, that's Lana's parents' house." That's how much deep dive information he knew.
I know, and so we were.
I would be happy to host you on another tour of the studio, private. After hours, Amber won't be there.
But when we tried to get him on the show, he's like, "Yeah, I'm busy making multi-million-dollar movies."
Yeah, hold on. I am on a $40 million contract. And let me put that down.
Pay me like $500. We did actually, one of our dream guests was Tony Bourdain, and it was really great to have him on the show. He was really adored by the cast. And
it was totally just written for him. I mean, it's a really strange episode of Archer because it was like he's basically playing himself, and it was just for him.
Yeah.
It was just because he was such a wonderful just everything about it.
Yeah, and he was a big fan of the show.
Yeah.
And he was here because he had written a comic book, and he's like, I love your show. He came over to the panel to watch the show, and then he was on.
Basically, again, this goes back to the Kenan Thompson thing. Like, if anybody shows any interest in this whatsoever, we're just
we're like a middle school girl.
Yeah.
Oh, you like me? I like you too.
What do you want me to do? Okay.
Christian Slater. Christian Slater, who is back with us this season. He's been away for a couple seasons. Oh, wait.
It's not spoilers.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's been released.
Exactly.
Christian has become a good friend, not only a friend of the show, but a friend. I mean, he's like a really funny, great guy. And again, he actually knows and watches the show.
I remember when we recorded him the first time, he's reading the script, and like a lot of times somebody will read with the actor, and he goes, "That's such a Krieger line." It was so awesome. Yeah. He was such a fan of the show.
I wish we could continue talking, but that actually wraps us up for today. I'm so sorry, guys.
I didn't even get to do my final answer with the lights.
I know. Next time for sure. We'll definitely guys have you.
You are the weakest link.
You. But thank you guys so much.
Oh God.
Thank you guys so much. That was absolute madness and all the love and sense. I love you guys so much. But Archer returns to FX and a brand new season this August 24th. For now, keep watching because we got lots more Comic-Con chaos right here on IGN. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. I really
What's up, everybody? Joshua Yale here at San Diego Comic-Con, where the Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves panel just got out, and now we're about to talk to the cast and filmmaker of the movie to find out how they built the perfect party for the film.
My character's name is Edgin Darvis, and I'm a hustler, con man, thief with a good heart who's joined himself with this band of misfits, Forge Fitzwilliams being one of them.
Yeah, I'm a sort of smoothie con man. Hang on, we can't both be con men. I suppose we are.
We are.
But I turn out to have a dark side.
The tone was really important to us to get right, because I think there's something really unique and specific in the spirit of playing the game that we really wanted to capture. I mean, because there are no like real characters beyond like in the literature, we did have free reign to create our own characters, but we really wanted to make sure that they were true to the spirit of the game, and so that was the thing that we set out to do.
So Dork, she is a tiefling and a druid, so a lot of, druid powers. She has a slingshot on her arm, so she, projectiles, and she turns into animals. So turn into an owlbear amongst other animals, which I don't want to give away, so I guess you just have to watch it.
Character's name is Zank. Character is a paladin. Zank is mildly infuriating and indefatigably virtuous, except when he isn't.
What is going to happen with this group of misfits on this journey? I don't know, but I'm really excited to have the audience find out, because to me, that's the fun part, right? Like, if you make a group of characters that are perfectly suited for the threat that you've designed for them, then everything goes bump, 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 and you get to the end and you go, that was fun. If you take a group of people that are not equipped for this threat, that are in over their heads, that have a lot to learn, that have a lot of stuff to work out, and you put all of them in that journey, you get to the end of it and you go, that was fun.
I think we all complement each other because we're so different. Like,
Olga's pretty matter of fact. Pretty much what you see is what you get. Strength is her main kind of like thing. And, you know, she's a warrior. She has a code. She's pretty much all about like getting stuff done. A lot of different divisions from the pyramid that makes Dungeons and Dragons, from the directors, John and Jonathan, all the way down the totem pole to wardrobe. The below the line really brought it. Like they came in, they gave it all they had and dropped the mics, and we're like, yeah.
So we just learned a ton about the Dungeons & Dragons movie, but we're gonna have to roll a D20 to see how it all pans out. But that's all from me. For more from Comic-Con, be sure to keep it here on IGN.
Join me right now. We have the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, baby. How are you doing, sir?
You nailed it. I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know why they put that pressure on you earlier. Hey, we got 4 minutes is what he was saying. You know, it's Comic-Con.
Yeah,
let's go.
It's Comic-Con, baby. And also, congratulations on your SP award. Wow. Moment of the year.
What a crazy thing as a wrestler to think about an ESPY and the whole crossover and partnership with WWE and ESPN, and to be on the floor last night with such amazing athletes. I really, really honored. And maybe the only thing my mom has ever popped for is winning an ESPY. So very, very cool.
Yeah.
I can't wait to have it home and then just put it up on the mantle.
And also, you know, speaking, I want to talk about your recovery. So when can we expect you back? First off, how is it coming along, and when can we expect you back in the ring?
Well, we haven't hit any, you know, sometimes with these rehabs you get some speed bumps. I'm out of the sling today, and I can do about this much. I'm over shaking people's hands to prove I'm okay. The thing is just getting the strength back. You know, they tie it back onto your bicep. That's what they do. And then it's got to naturally form. And Dr. Dugas is the best in the world. So the pec will be better than it ever was. I think we're ahead of schedule. But again, as I told everyone, they won't give me a timeline for fear of what I might do. So we'll see. My hope is I'll be back sooner than anticipated.
Now, coming back, though, whenever you come back to the WWE, what do you have your eyes set on, or whom?
Well, it's whoever is wearing the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. It really is. And I mean, at this point, it doesn't look like it's going to be anybody but you know who. And I often don't say his name just because I mean no disrespect. Totally do acknowledge him, but it is why I came back. It is unfinished family business. I'm sure he'll be tickled and chuckle at the idea that someone would try to dethrone such an amazing run, but it has to happen.
Absolutely.
It has to happen at some point, whether you win or whether you lose. It just it can't be uncontested in my opinion, but I have to get back and earn it. You can't just show up and walk into a title match, so we'll see.
100%, I agree with you. Now, I have a couple more questions. Now, I got to ask you this. So this is San Diego Comic-Con. Yeah. What are you hoping will be announced? It could be DC, Marvel. What are you hoping to hear announced?
Well, selfishly, I was just Mattel Creations putting my new figure up for the pre-orders, and it has a hairy chest for the first time. So selfishly, that made me feel really good. Gosh, everything. Honestly, just walking through, just taking the lap just now and seeing Queen Zelina respond to all these items of pop culture that are new to me. Everything here is really amazing, and I think it's such a treat for all of us, myself, everyone coming, to be back on the ground with each other, to be back. I mean, I can't do a pandemic ever again. It's really special to see everybody. Very inspiring, and what I need right now for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, this last question, I'm going to ask you this verbatim because I don't want to mess this up. All right. Now, you and your brother Dustin are part of a wrestling legacy. Your dad left such an impact on the sport. I remember watching him growing up. And when you step into the ring, what is it you hope people feel when they think of the name Rhodes?
This is going to sound crazy, and no disrespect to my dad, but you want them to think about your first name more. Something that I don't think people understand about second generations or third generations is you have a obligation almost to beat and to top your predecessor, and you do it out of respect, how much they were great and amazing. I can't do a Dusty tribute act. I can't do a Dusty impression to save my life. He's on some people's Mount Rushmore, so my path was always going to be very difficult. So just even if I come up short, we've had some really great milestones, like you mentioned the ESPY and things like that. For me, you always are trying to top. You're chasing that ghost when he was alive, and now with him being deceased, like, I loved him so much and worshipped him as a wrestler, but I also want to be better than him, and I don't think people get that. So that's usually what it is. How can I be better than Dustin? How can I be better than the old man? And you know, I don't think I figured it out yet, but trying very hard.
Yeah, I mean, you're chiseling away at your own Mount Rushmore. Cody Rhodes. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Cody Rhodes, everybody.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you. How's everybody doing? Yeah!
That's all for you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cody.
Thank you, man. Very
Appreciate
much.
it.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN One for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN One, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN One.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Harley Quinn is notorious for breaking rules, testing limits, causing mayhem, getting some laughs in the process, so it's only fitting that her animated series would do all the above and then some. Season 3 kicks off next week on HBO Max, and here to tease a little bit of what's in store for Harley, Ivy, and company are executive producers Patrick Schumacher and Justin Halpern. Boys, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming by. So, I don't know how to pussyfoot around this. You guys got in some... there was some buzz around it. There was a certain romantic act that you were told you could not have Batman doing on this show.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a family show or what, but I feel like people watching can probably figure out what we're talking about. Is there anything like that you weren't allowed to put in here? Is there any stuff that was cut or sort of frowned upon, or was there anything you particularly had to fight for?
Well, there was one thing we pulled out because we were like, maybe this goes too far.
Oh boy.
In the season, there's they're making a biopic of Thomas Wayne, Bruce Wayne's dad, who is murdered. We've seen him murdered 1,000 times in popular culture. Anyway, Bruce goes to the premiere of the movie, and you know how like at the ArcLight they have like the costumes in the glass cases, and there was a scene we had where Bruce is looking at the costume for little Bruce Wayne, and it has piss stains on it because he pisses his pants when his parents are murdered in front of them, and Bruce is like, "That's not what happened."
They usually zoom in on the pearls falling. So that's,
yeah. And then on screen, when in the movie when he's watching it, little Bruce's parents die, and then he just keeps pissing himself.
Okay.
And we said maybe that was too far.
Okay.
So
maybe we'll get like
maybe it's too mean
extended
to Bruce Wayne.
4-hour piss cut or something.
Yes, the piss cut. Release the piss cut.
Release the piss cut. That is awesome. Now, you guys, I feel like are kind of almost like neck and neck with James Gunn for how completely bonkers you're allowed to get with, known quantity IP DC characters. And then you went ahead and put James Gunn on the show, which is kind of like, I feel like you're kind of ahead there. Are there any kind of like pie in the sky characters or people you'd want to play them that you just want to throw out there to kind of, will them into existence, maybe?
Man, in terms of like pie in the sky with like DC characters, we've already been given the keys to the kingdom. But if we were talking about like meta jokes and whatnot, I'd probably want to get like Chris Nolan in there at some point. He seems like a funny dude.
Yeah,
It seems hilarious.
You could have him like record his lines on a cell phone, just to really go fully
That
meta.
he doesn't own.
There we go. Yeah. No, I love it.
He hates chairs and he hates cell phones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get him to do it in like Bermuda shorts too, because he's got to be wearing a suit for
But
everything.
still a vest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just like a weatherman. Basketball shorts the waist down.
Yeah.
That's cool. Is there any sort of guests or characters you're especially excited about for season 3? You want to tease?
Yeah.
Or
well,
reveal?
Nightwing's a huge one. That's not a reveal. That's been out there. But Harvey Guillen from What We Do in the Shadows voices him. He's fantastic. And his whole arc deals with him trying to find his place back in the Bat family, having returned to Gotham from Bloodhaven, and now Batgirl's in the Bat family, and he's like, who the hell is this? Taking my corner of the cave. Swamp Thing, voiced by Sam Richardson, is a big one. We've got Griffin Newman as Mad Hatter. We have Billy Bob Thornton as Billy Bob Thornton. So it's a stretch. He's playing Thomas Wayne in the Thomas Wayne biopic directed by James Gunn. Who else do we have? Music Meister, Larry Owens from Search Party and Abbott Elementary is Music Meister. We've got a murderer's row of guest stars this year.
I love it. You guys are having some fun here. Now, obviously, sort of one of Harley Quinn's, defining traits is she's frequently like, she's been broken up from the Joker. Like that's kind of almost a mechanic to her character. And now she's like romantically involved with Poison Ivy. Like they're officially a thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's happening. How does that change your approach to writing her as a character?
Well, I think part of it is that we want to like push Harley to sort of test the limits of what she knows about herself, right? Like she was in this shit relationship with the Joker. She has all these really bad habits from that relationship. And now she's in a good relationship, but she still has all these bad habits, which sometimes happens when you're in a terrible relationship for a really long time. And so for us, it was like, it's fun to write her kind of like consistently feeling like she's on her heels, which is something that Harley Quinn never really feels. But because it's a relationship she actually gives a shit about, she's got to sort of figure it out.
And feeling weirdly insecure about being in a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
It's new territory for her.
And how's Ivy doing? Like, what's sort of... I feel like she's definitely the more grounded one in this relationship.
We definitely dial up her social anxiety this season. I mean, she's a character who hates all humans, and like what we said before is like, traditionally in the comics, she's kind of like overly sexualized, and she's like, trying to like get things that she wants via her like, sexuality. And we sort of don't go that way with Ivy. We like this sort of like, we figure if you hate all humans, you're also probably not great at parties. And so that's kind of the way we take her in this season is this season's about kind of what she wants. And when she's in the lead of something and she's responsible for people, that's a position that really puts, dials up her anxiety, and that's kind of where we want to take it for comedy.
Nice. Now she, spoilers, I guess, she left Kite Man at the altar.
Sure.
Is he going to become sort of a villainous character, or is...
Well,
great question.
That was talked about in the writers' room for sure, and we thought maybe turning Kite Man like into a bitter incel would be like the expected way to go. So the Kite Man's doing well. The Kite Man has moved on. He shows up in episode 3 of season 3. He has a new love interest. Who we'll save. We won't reveal that.
Okay, all right.
But he's well adjusted.
Now you're also incorporating the Court of Owls, which is sort of this, very, hallowed sort of deep underground thing. Like, how do you approach that? Are you taking it seriously, or are you having fun with it, or apparently not?
We're having a lot of fun with it, because to us, the Court of Owls always seemed like an eyes wide shut party.
Okay.
So that's the direction you take it.
That's what Kubrick wrote in the script. It's called that.
Yeah.
That's what he called it.
The original title of it was Party. That's what Kubrick wanted. He fought for it, but he didn't have enough juice at that time.
It was Stanley Kubrick's party.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he had made it right after The Shining, it would have been Party, but all of that distance, he loses some of the juice. He can't do it.
Fair enough. I love it. I'm into it. I really want to see this version of Court of Owls. Is this going to be like a recurring theme, or are they kind of like a Monster of the Week approach?
A little bit Monster of the Week.
Any other stuff you want to tease? Just vague stuff you want to allude to? I mean, we're always trying to like just drag top secret NDA stuff out of people on here.
I will tease that I think the villain this year, the main antagonist this year, the big bad, is unexpected. People are going to find out about midway through the season who is behind it. So I'm really excited for people to see that because I think it's something that hasn't been done in the history of DC. So excited for
Awesome.
that.
Well, I'm glad you guys are allowed to do all sorts of crazy stuff, and you're clearly still having plenty of fun with it. Harley Quinn Season 3 premieres next Thursday, July 28th, exclusively on HBO Max, so if you're not caught up, you've got a week to binge the first 2 seasons. But first, hang tight for more San Diego Comic-Con 2022 live on IGN.
Hey guys, it's Nars, and I'm here at San Diego Comic-Con 2022. We're gonna head to the con floor and check out some impressive cosplayers and get to know the people behind the costumes. All right, hi guys, it's Lars. I'm on the floor, and I'm here with Johnny Silverhand, aka Sloan Hood. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. I just want to say I love your costume, absolutely. How long did it take you to do this? It looks so intricate and complicated.
This took about 6 to 8 months, I would say.
So most of it is 3D printed, or is it a mix between like foam and 3D printed?
It's both. So like the arm stuff, the silver stuff is 3D printed, and then most of this other stuff is foam.
I'm here with Taskmaster. What's up? This is an awesome, awesome costume. Why Taskmaster, and what do you love about this particular character?
I like it because it gives you a chance to explore kind of like the side that you don't get a chance to explore all the other 364 days a year. You get a chance to be a little bit of a pirate at heart.
And I'm on the floor with Comic-Con with Victoria, who's an incredible gender bender version of Gandalf from The Lord of the Rings. I gotta ask, like, why gender bender version of Gandalf?
I thought it'd be very like just kind of a silly crack cosplay to do, and I thought with the new movie or show that's coming out on Amazon, let's do something a little bit silly, a little bit fun, and Gandalf was born.
I love it. I love it. Are you like a longtime cosplayer, or is this like your first time cosplay?
No, I've been cosplaying since about 2011 on and off. We've been going to San Diego since about 2014, 2013. So this is not my first rodeo.
So how long did it take to complete the entire outfit?
2 months, 3 months, yeah.
Was it like nerve-wracking to kind of get it ready for today?
The last days were awful, especially because I cut the wig myself, and I've never cut a wig in my life. This is, what do you call it, a fiberglass?
Oh, wow.
And actually has one of my boots in there. And this is all 3D printed. And I don't know how to do that, so I asked my friend to do that, and he did an awesome job.
We got some incredible cosplayers from The Mandalorian. Guys, can you just tell us a little bit like what your costume is for those that don't know? And obviously, why did you choose to actually cosplay this?
So it's a custom Mandalorian, and I've been working on this for about 5 to 6 years and upgrading it along the way. So I've always loved Mandos from Star Wars, Boba Fett, and it's just been a labor of love. Probably spent like 100 hours on it over time, more. Who knows?
Mine's a shore trooper. Took me about a year to build completely. Still not done with it yet, still working on it. I picked it because after seeing some of the new films and seeing shore troopers, I thought, man, that's cool. I always wanted to be a stormtrooper, but this is even better.
This iteration of it has taken 3 months. I've done a Mandalorian for about 6 years. I decided to do a mix of Bo-Katan from the Mandalorian series and Din Djarin with his chrome. So I wanted to do a crossover because I haven't seen anyone else do it. And I love just the feminine Mandos because most of the time you only see the males. So it's great to be able to finally have like a masked female Mandalorian.
So you guys are obviously fans of The Mandalorian, the series and stuff like that. So there's obviously something sentimental. So what makes you love the series so much that you obviously cosplayed it today?
Like I said, growing up with it, and then also seeing how Dave Filoni can, bring new worlds. Dave and Jon Favreau can bring new things together and make the Mando the center of it.
So for me, it was growing up, watching Star Wars and seeing Boba Fett and how little screen time he had just made him that more mysterious and that more like approachable, like you want to be that cool. And so for me, it's like, okay, you don't see females, and then they had the animated series with Bo-Katan, and I was like, oh, this is great. And then in The Mandalorian, when Katie Sackhoff came in and cosplayed her, I was like, oh my God, this is like perfect finally. So that's what got me into it. So I want to represent the females out there who don't really get to cosplay too many badass like characters.
Those were just some of the impressive cosplays we were able to interview here at San Diego Comic-Con. But if you want more, you know where to check it out. Right here on IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Saints Row is one of the biggest, craziest, most over-the-top video games hitting this year, but talking about it does not do it justice. Let's take a look at some brand new exclusive gameplay for Saints Row coming to PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and Stadia this August 23rd.
Yes, ma'am. Saloon's right around this bend. Get ready and remember the plan. All right, team, let's take it. Newbie, I told you to flank left. No plan survives contact with the enemy. Oh, come on! It's my first fucking day!
Black soldiers, Charlie team is here. Sit back and let us wrap this up.
Nice timing, gang. Perimeter secure.
Yeah, that's probably because of my flanking.
Uh-huh. Now get in there and flush that son of a bitch out.
What does it take for a man to be able to enjoy a quiet drink these days?
Mr. Nawali, you're coming with me.
You really think you have what it takes to bring me in?
I mean, yeah. Hey, where you fucking going? I said you're coming with me.
Perhaps I don't respect your authority.
Then respect this. You set one foot on those stairs. Holy shit. No, you goddamn don't. Give it up, Nawali. There's nowhere to hide.
surrounded. Make it easy on yourself. I can't find him.
Never mind. Get back here and regroup. We've got the bastard bottled up with nowhere to run. We know he's in the saloon. He can't stay in there forever.
What the fuck?
Thanks for the ride. I'll see you around.
We need air support now. Stand down. We don't got time for hero bullshit.
Don't worry, I got this. Gwen, we've got a problem.
Hang on. The cavalry's coming.
Oh, shit. Come out with your hands up.
Not today.
Oh, fuck. Ooh, oh. Had enough? Gwen, hurry! I can barely get a beat on these guys.
Oh, if only someone had told you to stand the fuck down.
Hold this thing still so I can kill your guys. Oh.
Let's take them out, boys! Get down!
You have more courage than brains.
Goddamn right I do.
You're too predictable.
Am I?
You tried. I'll give you that.
Get your hands in the air.
I caught him.
This is IGN Live at Comic-Con, and that, my friends, was a chunk of brand new gameplay from Saints Row. You can catch the full 15-minute video on IGN.com or our YouTube channel. Right now, we need to take a quick break. More Comic-Con after this.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. and presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN 1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN 1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN 1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Welcome back to IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con. Coming up in just a bit, we're chatting with Lady Demetrius from Resident Evil Village, and still to come, Kevin Smith with Clerks 3 and Paul Dano with Riddler Year One. But right now, we're checking out the Prime Video original show, Paper Girls, based on the hit Image comic book series. Take a look.
In 2022, riding around on a bike at the crack of dawn and throwing paper media into people's yards is kind of a weird thing to do, but it's even weirder when you throw time travel into the mix. Paper Girls is a new Prime Video series based on the hit comic, and here to tell us all about it, the creators, Brian K. Vaughan and Cliff Chang, and the Paper Girls themselves, Sophia Rosinski, Fina Straza, Cameron Jones, and Riley Lai Nalay. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, so I'm going to sort of call out the elephant in the room. This is a 1980s set streaming series that involves the supernatural and kids on bikes. Draw some comparisons to Stranger Things. How do you kind of correct people, aside from it being based on a kick-ass comic?
Yeah, I don't know. That's still a show I have to admit I haven't seen. Our comic book came out first before that, so I didn't want to be influenced by it, but my kids love it, and they've now watched both shows. And they're like, we love both equally, and they're so different. I think within the first 5 minutes of our first episode, you will see this is an extremely different show.
Nice. So, I mean, it's clearly they're both drawing from similar DNA of like 80s coming of age stuff.
100%. I'm sure we both owe Stephen King probably a big check. I think we were all fishing from the same waters. So, yeah, but there's room in the world for both of us, I certainly think.
Very nice. So in the trailer, there's a great bit where the Paper Girls, who are sort of coming from 1988 into present day, are really confused by like a sort of Amazon Alexa style, kitchen countertop robot. Was there any sort of 1980s stuff that you were confused by that you had to sort of ask about?
I think just, I was curious about you working your Walkman, just how the maneuvering worked.
It's a pain in the ass, right? Like it's not.
Yeah.
It took like a long time to just create one mixtape, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did it in real time. It wasn't good. It's
Yeah.
not a fun experience.
Your Spotify lists.
Yeah, but I guess sort of conversely, was there anything that sort of from modern day that you had to explain to the old folks on the show?
The old folks.
I don't know. Was there like any sort of like memes or stuff that's like cool now that you were like, guys, come on, it's 2022, get with it?
I don't know. I mean, as far as like technology things,
Everyone seemed fairly tech savvy.
I would quote stuff on
Yeah,
set
she
very often.
quoted, like Disney Channel stuff. All
Yeah, and they wouldn't know, so I would have to explain it to them. Even sometimes they wouldn't.
We didn't even know what she was quoting. So I'm not sure we would be the best ones to inform the old folk.
I find I'm more confused by modern day stuff than I am by stuff from the 80s.
I think that's very healthy. That's a very reasonable way to react to things. Now, so a big part of the show is like sort of meeting your future selves, and you have adult actresses who play your a future component. What was it like, kind of meeting them? Like Riley, your grown-up version is played by Ali Wong. Like how was it getting to know her? And
Yeah, I was actually, it was unexpected for me to figure out that Ali was going to play older Erin, but I was absolutely ecstatic when I found out. And we just had a lot of fun crafting Erin as a character. We bonded a lot on set, and it was a lot of fun. She was very, very funny.
Nice. Which one of you is the best at riding bikes?
Ooh. I think we're all pretty good.
I don't know.
Who's the worst?
Can I throw Cliff under the bus? Is that through the comic, and Cliff still does not know how to ride a bicycle? Is
Never learned. Never learned.
We should teach you. I didn't learn how to ride a bike until I was 12. I was always scared of it. So, I mean, I'm with you there. That makes sense. I understand the fear.
Maybe you can teach me. It'll be good.
Good DVD extra.
Yeah, there you go.
Paper Girls teaching Cliff Chang how to ride a bike.
Have you start out with training wheels and
Yeah.
over time when you get better.
How my grandpa taught how my grandpa taught my sister is he said, okay, 3, 2, go.
That's how my mom taught me.
Down the driveway.
Nice. So Brian and Cliff, like, what was the most exciting thing to see come to life on screen from the comic, and I guess what made you know you found your Paper Girls?
There were a lot of cool moments from the comic that we were excited to see. Some great special effects that surprised me as the artist. Just saying, wow, they really pulled that off. But there are also so many great scenes that are new, that were surprising to us, where they added characters and moments that were so emotional and really gave new layers to the story. When we saw the casting of the girls, it was just mind-blowing because they were so perfect. They looked like the drawings, but beyond that, they were such great actors too, and we couldn't have asked for a better cast.
Awesome. Now, Brian, I have a couple burning questions to ask you. I feel like streaming has had some really good luck bringing extremely mature, independent comics, into series. Saga, any chance of ever seeing an adaptation of that? I mean, I feel like sort of The Boys and Invincible have paved some nice runway for you there?
Never say never, but I think Saga is one of those things where I was like, oh, I want to do things that I can't do in film and television, which is honestly, that's how Paper Girls began. We're like, there's never going to be a show where they'll let, 4 12-year-old girls be the lead, so we'll do it as a comic. So if, Hollywood wants to prove us wrong and say that maybe they can do Saga the way they've done as beautifully a job with Paper Girls, I'm not opposed to it.
Nice. Now, the crudely drawn RX-78 on my arm will be very disappointed with me if I don't ask. How's that live-action Netflix Gundam coming along?
I wish I could say
Can
more,
you say literally
but
anything?
I can say if you're into awesome giant robots, maybe check out the hit show Paper Girls, because maybe there might be some in there too.
There we go.
So.
I love it. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. This is awesome. I'm dying to check out Paper Girls. It is on Prime Video July 29th. That's very soon. You don't need time travel to check it out. And before that, we've got lots more IGN at Comic-Con, so don't go anywhere. Stick around.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
After decades of Resident Evil games filled with terrifying creatures, introducing a new monster that gets everyone's attention is a tall order. But Resident Evil Village gave us one who was up to the challenge, the towering vampire matriarch, Lady Dimitrescu. And joining us now is the woman who brought her to life, Maggie Robertson. Welcome, and also, please don't kill me.
Thank you. We'll see how the interview goes.
Okay.
And then...
All right. I'm going to be on my best behavior. I played Resident Evil Village, loved it. Top tier Resident Evil for me, I think. One of the best ones. And your character was really sort of a breakout star of that game.
I know.
I think even Capcom were a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I think we were all surprised.
Yep.
It was certainly a surprise for me as well.
How has it been? Since, it's been over a year now since the game's been out.
It has been a wild year. I mean, the release of this game has changed my life in every single possible way that it ever could. Most of my background in acting prior to this had been in theater, so I didn't really have any credits that thrust me into the spotlight in the way that this game has done. And so that's certainly been an adjustment, just getting used to all of that. And to see her take off in the way that she did was really exciting. I don't think you see that a lot with video game characters. This was my first experience with it, but it was really cool to see her take over the internet, take over the world, and see how she can evolve and mean different things to different people. It's been really lovely.
So how did this opportunity for this role even come your way?
Well, I was fresh out of my master's program. I have a master's degree in classical acting, so tons and tons of Shakespeare from Lambda. So I was living in London, and I had just moved to Los Angeles in 2019. And I kid you not, this game was the third job that I booked when I moved to Los Angeles. So it really has been this roller coaster ride. You think to yourself, the stories of people moving to LA and getting discovered and just becoming the next big thing. Yeah, that happens to other people. That's never going to happen to me. But it kind of happened to me, which is weird to say. So I booked this job. I was unrepresented at the time. I didn't have an agent, so I just found the casting breakdown on one of the different sites that actors can use to find auditions and to find breakdowns. I submitted myself for that because I felt like I fit the specs and I'd be well suited for it. Got the audition, went in, did the audition. A couple weeks later, got the callback, went in, did the callback, and then I think a couple months after that, finally I get the call that I booked the job. At that point, you've forgotten you even auditioned, and you're like, oh, cool, okay. But I had no idea what I was auditioning for at the time because they're very secretive. They don't want any of the details to get out. So I had no clue. It wasn't until I showed up to the table read and started to sense other people's excitement and little whispers happening in the corner that I was like, I think something much bigger here is going on than I initially thought. I thought I just booked some little starter VO job, and look at me now. So here we go.
That's an awesome story.
You never know.
You never know, for sure. And luckily for all the fans out there, we're going to be getting more of Lady Dimitrescu coming up later this year. In, it's the Resident Evil Village Gold Edition Winter's Expansion DLC, for which we just got a trailer, which I think we've got queued up, so we're going to roll that right now.
Fab.
Take a look.
Let's do this. Marking the target. Let's try this. What a mess. It's showtime!
Cassandra! Time to hunt! Hardly worth the effort. Let's wrap this up quickly.
So, people are going to be super excited. Lady Dimitrescu finally playable in the Mercenaries mode in Resident Evil Village. What was this process like for you? You returned to the character?
Returned to the character, felt good, felt like putting on a nice, comfy jacket that you know and love. So it was really exciting to be back in it and to be getting to do new stuff with her. I can't wait for people to throw chairs and throw everything at this point.
How much more voice acting and motion work was required?
I was just doing voice work for this one, actually.
Okay.
So I was not back in the volume doing performance capture, but we were back in the VO booth doing a lot of ADR sessions to get all the fun action efforts and some new fun lines in there too. So I think fans will be excited.
Can you speak to the gameplay, to how she's going to be, what it's going to be like to play her?
I don't know if I can speak specifically to that, but I know it's going to be a lot of fun. It feels like I just was at the World of Capcom panel, and the way that they talk about it, it's very clear that the developers have a deep love and understanding of this character, and the way that they've crafted her in the expansion and the DLC is a little bit cheeky. They know Lady D, they know what the fans love, and they're going to give it to you. So get ready.
Well, I think there's a thrill gauge mechanic that one way to increase it is by applying lady's lipstick.
Well, a lady must always be perfect, so.
You have lots of, Lady D has lots of fans out there. Sometimes they can be enthusiastic. Are there any sort of surprising or strange interactions you've had with fans?
Oh, I'm sure that there are so many. For the most part, I mean, yes, she's a very sexualized character, but a lot of the fans that I get coming up to me are so sweet and just so appreciative of the work that I've done as the character, which as an actor is all you ever want to hear, just that people appreciate the work that you're doing. I think probably some of the weirdest stuff now is, at first, when she came out, everyone was so much about Lady D, and now that I'm becoming more of a known person in this industry, it's starting to shift to I'm having Maggie Robertson fans, which is very strange.
But very cool.
And very cool and very strange. So, a lot of what's happening now is fans will send me pictures of new tattoos that they've gotten of something that I've doodled on a print that I signed for them. And so that's very bizarre. The idea of getting something I really quickly doodled permanently tattooed on your body seems bizarro to me, but follow your bliss.
Well, obviously you struck a chord for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to be really excited to return to the character when the Resident Evil Village Gold Edition is out later this year. So thank you so much for coming by the IGN stage here at Comic-Con.
Of course, thank you so much for having me. This is a blast. This is my first Comic-Con, so to be here with you, this is awesome.
This is a good one. It's
I
the
can't
first
believe.
Comic-Con in a few years, so
I
there's
know.
a lot of excitement and energy in the air, so this is a great one to come
You
back
can
to.
feel it, definitely.
For sure. Okay, the brand new DLC in third-person mode comes to Resident Evil Village this October, meaning the spookiest month just got spookier. But now, while we're in a horror mood, do you read Sutter Kane? Because we took a look at an iconic prop from John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness. Check it out.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Tom Jorgensen here for IGN. I'm here on the floor at San Diego Comic-Con at the Storm King Comics booth. Storm King Comics, created by Sandy King, also a film producer on a movie that is a personal favorite of mine, John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, released in 1995, and I am so excited that a prop from the movie is on the show floor. I'd like to introduce you to Mrs. Pickman. Mrs. Pickman is a very, very, very sick old lady, much like a lot of the residents in Hobbs End, New Hampshire, shout out Granite State. The story of In the Mouth of Madness, if you're not familiar, it's the third film in John Carpenter's Apocalypse trilogy. That's The Thing, that's Prince of Darkness, and that's In the Mouth of Madness. The movie follows an insurance adjuster, played by Sam Neill, who's investigating the disappearance of a very popular horror author. He's a little bit based on Stephen King. His name is Sutter Kane, and his work is causing his readers' grip on reality to loosen a little bit, and reality's grip on them is also loosening. The inhabitants of Hobbs End, New Hampshire, very, very quickly after Sam Neill shows up, begin to turn into these cosmic horrors, and we have one of those right here. Mrs. Pickman runs the hotel that Sam Neill's character stays at, and of course the Mrs. Pickman prop, designed by the legendary special effects artist Greg Nicotero, very famous for his work on The Walking Dead, among many, many other things. And it really shows in the detail of this piece. The tendrils, the fine hair, the very close resemblance to Frances Bay, the ripped dress, these terrible fingers that are just the most disgusting fingies you've ever seen in your life. This lady needs topical cream to get some moisture into her system, because she's starting to crack a little bit in some places, in many more ways than one. But In the Mouth of Madness, one of John Carpenter's greatest movies. It's one that's quite underloved by general audiences. Definitely put it on your watch list if you get the chance. We have plenty more from San Diego Comic-Con. The only way for you to check it out, keep it right here on IGN.
Next month, The Predator is back for his 5th feature film, and this time, The Predator is Prey. Like, that's the name of the movie. With me now, along with my co-host Brian, please welcome the stars of Prey, Amber Midthunder and Dakota Beavers, the Predator himself, Dan DeLegro, director Dan Trachtenberg, and producer Jane Myers.
Hi, welcome.
Hi.
Thank you all so much for being here. The movie kicks ass. I'll just say that first. Before we get into anything, it's important to establish that this movie rules.
Yes.
So thank you for making it.
So right off the bat, this is a Predator period piece, which is I feel like kind of two opposite concepts that sort of came together well. Dan, Jane, how did this sort of come about?
Because I think period sci-fi is peanut butter and chocolate, or peanut butter and fluff. And there aren't enough of that kind of movie. I was really driven to make something, a movie that was told primarily through action, very inspired by, like, Fury Road had come out recently when I was thinking about this, and but didn't want to make a movie that was just a visceral, thrilling experience, wanted to be emotional as well. So we thought about making it this, give it the engine of a sports film, of an underdog story.
The entire movie is set in the wilderness, in the wild. It seems like that was crazy to make. Like, can you all, I mean, you all survived it, so that's good, you're here. How was that? How did that go?
I mean, it was insane. Every single day, there was never one single day that I showed up to work or that I looked at what was on the call sheet for the next day and thought, like, oh, tomorrow is the day where we coast. Like, there was never that much, and we were there for like almost 6 months, so it was just every single day of that. But I mean, having that kind of texture in the movie and having everything be so, like, we were outside every single day, like, we watched the seasons change. We were there from spring to fall. So, I think that's all included in hopefully what you feel and what you see.
That's impressive. It's a very physical, visceral movie. Like, obviously, I don't want to spoil anything. There aren't any, like, miniguns. There's not really any helicopters because it's several hundred years ago. So, like, you've got this kind of analog thing going. And the three of you do a little bit of roughhousing. Like, what was the sort of training approach to that like?
Oh, it's fantastic, man. We did like a 4-week boot camp, Amber, myself, and the boys. And so, man, we were running around with bows, horse riding for me, rolling around in the dirt. It was like, being a little kid again, playing in the woods with your friends, but getting paid for it. So, fantastic.
Now, there's also obviously the sort of the Comanche element to it here, where this culture is being shown in a big movie for, I don't know, probably one of the first times, right? How is it bringing all that into the fold here?
Well, it's really exciting because for me, I am a member of the Comanche Nation, enrolled member, and for me to see my culture up there 100% of the time, because sometimes I get hired to do movies and the native aspect's like 20%, right? And with Dan, it's like 100%. So it's just, it's incredible, and it's really great for the nation too, and for like all native tribes, because this is the first time that the movie is completely dubbed in Comanche, so that way you can watch it twice, watch it in Comanche and watch it in English. And then, just to have that is incredible.
Now, Dan, this is it's kind of a different type of Predator. What was, you talked about sort of the setting for the movie. What was your sort of approach to bringing this Predator to life? And I guess, Dane, like, how did you respond to that direction?
I was really excited to make something that was undeniably Predator, but also completely new, so that even diehard fans of the franchise could enjoy surprise. I think we often forget that the '87 movie was filled with surprises when it came to the creature. It looked one way cloaked, looked another way decloaked with that biomask on, and then it still had something else in the tank. And I really wanted this movie to operate that way. So you see our cloaked Predator move and fight in a very unique style, and then it decloaks somewhat, and we engage in those sequences in a brand new way, and then it still also has something left in the tank. So that was the main impetus, is to make something new, have a new arsenal of weapons you can see some precursors to what we've seen before, but there's also so many new weapons for people to be stoked on and pretend to wield against their buddies and all that stuff.
Now, Dane, I've talked to a lot of people who I think have been chased after by the Predator or had their spines ripped out or whatever. What's it like to be a Predator? I've never interviewed a Predator before.
Not a good pickup line.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah.
No, it's incredible. And, to follow in the footsteps of Kevin Peter Hall, it's obviously he's 7'2", big shoes to fill there. It was a tremendous responsibility on my end, a lot of training. I trained for like 2 months for parkour. The suit itself was significantly heavy. The head was very heavy, did a lot of neck training. But obviously with what Dan was looking for, it's a different take. And it's, while still staying true to the Predator form, it was something fresh and lean and dynamic. And we kind of had to put our heads together and create this amalgamation of all those elements to create this new thing while still being a Predator. And that was the final product. He's like scary and fast and animalistic and not as human as his cousins are from
He's gnarly. I want an action figure very badly.
Yes, that has to happen. I've never said that before, but we need toys of all of you. Sounds good. So another weird pickup line. So the Predator shows up, and I'm not spoiling anything, but it's a little bit OP, right? A little overpowered compared to what you two are dealing with, especially. How do you kind of sort of strike that balance there? Because in other movies, it seems like there's kind of a level playing field tech-wise, but here there's a pretty big gamut there.
Interesting. I mean, I guess I can only speak from, I realize the more that I hear Dan talk about the movie. He and I were making very different movies about Nadu. He often talks about this as an underdog story, and I never once viewed her that way. I was like, this is a movie about a very strong, capable person. So I mean, I don't see it that way, I guess, just because you look at it historically and throughout the franchise, and it never comes down to tech. I think it really often comes down to something else, or your mind, or whatever. And Comanche people were known for being such fierce and incredible warriors and hunters. So it's funny to me to hear that, because you look back at this period in time, and I don't think of it as the Predator is so far above these people. I think, no, he picked a really good time to drop into Earth to pick a very strong opponent.
Well, see, that's why you have the confidence that it takes to fight a Predator.
Now, I would also point out that the original Predator, it decides to level the playing field against Arnold, and he sort of disarms himself. And that's one thing I did not want to do with this movie. I thought if anyone's going to go toe-to-toe against them, they have to really fight for every advantage that they can have.
Nice. Well, I wish we could talk to you about Prey for 45 more minutes, but I have to wrap things up. Prey streams exclusively on Hulu starting August 5th. We have tons more Comic-Con. After that, check out Prey. Please check it out. It's on Hulu. It's awesome. More Comic-Con. Stick around.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN One for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN One, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN One.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Hey, almost 30 years ago, a little black and white indie comedy introduced us to Dante, Randall, and Jay and Silent Bob. And since then, Clerks has been a comic book, an animated series, a toy line, probably 30,000 other things I can't remember right now. And this September, with the release of Clerks 3, it will finally be a movie trilogy. He wasn't even supposed to be here today, but we got him to come in anyway. Please welcome the King of Comic-Con, Kevin Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. Hey!
So lovely to be back.
How's your con going, Kevin?
My con has been going so well. Number one, it's just great to see everybody back and happy. Even when they have to wait in lines, people are just happy to be back because we haven't had this in 3 years. And I live in a world of pop culture, and I've surrounded myself with it and built my own universe and stuff. Not everyone has that luxury. Some people are like, I'm a huge Ghostbusters fan, I got my outfit, but I live somewhere where nobody knows this.
I'm the Ghostbusters guy in town.
Exactly, in Pacoima or something like that. So like, you get to come here once a year and be a part of a family. Losing out on that for the last 3 years definitely affected people. You could tell because they're so glad to be back. Yesterday, I did press. I went to the Lionsgate booth on the Comic-Con floor because they built a quick stop and they're giving out bags and posters. Then I went to Hall H and moderated 2 panels, one for the Masters of the Universe 40th anniversary panel.
Just jumping right back into it.
And then a Shatner panel afterwards. It was so blissful to be back on that stage and just be back in the environment. But I also realized, like, I got up this morning, I was taking a leak, and I looked downstairs from the window. The lines of people to get in, like, just made me ashamed to
now,
call
you were in the
myself a
bathroom,
fan.
right? Not up against
I
the
was
window.
right there.
Okay, good. Just
no,
to make
I was
sure.
in the bathroom.
Just to make
But
sure.
I was looking down out the window and I saw everybody lined up, and I was like, I've never done Comic-Con this way. Like, I consider myself a big fan of Comic-Con, but like, if put to the test, if somebody was like, will you wait in a 4-hour line? I'd be like, I don't know, is my dead father at the other end of that line? Like, what am I gonna find? So I realized that, like, as much as I call myself a fan, all the people I see downstairs, those are like the hardcore fans, the ones that'll bake in the sun for 4 hours just to get inside and see what's going on.
And I'll tell you what, a lot of the fans here are super excited about Clerks 3. Now, 30 years ago, when you were putting Clerks together in New Jersey, you probably didn't think that you were going to be on the floor of Comic-Con treated like royalty, did you?
No, never in a million years. But I'll be honest with you, I worked hard to get that. The first time I ever came to Comic-Con was 1995. We came and screened Mallrats. And I remember the next year was 96. We came back, we had done Chasing Amy, but it hadn't been out yet. And Comic-Con gave me a panel in one of the smaller rooms. And the panel was packed and there was a line to get in. And I remember the Comic-Con folks, I think it was Gary, was like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "Oh, we made Clerks and Mallrats, and I think they've found an audience and stuff." So ever since then, I've been coming back to the con and making myself, like smearing myself like feces across Comic-Con, just wanting to be there at all times, wanting to be associated
Lingering.
with it. Lingering, the
smelling,
stench,
yes.
ew, he was here. I modeled myself after one of my icons, Stan. Stan was the grand mayor of Comic-Con. And I love that. I love that wherever you went, people are like, Stan, Stan. And so I was like, that's an aim for me in this life. I always wanted to go to Comic-Con when I was a kid, but like, you know, we're on the other side of the country in Jersey. Once I finally got here, I was like, I never want to stop coming. So I've been coming since 95. I missed, 1 year of my own accord and then the years because of COVID. So I worked hard to get to a place where people are like, hey, it's the Comic-Con guy.
And you've been busting it to make that happen.
Trying.
And now
I'm thirsty for it.
And
is
now
what the kids say.
Exactly.
Desperate.
Very thirsty
Cringy.
for it. Now, Clerks and Clerks 2 speak to very specific times in your life.
Yeah.
Clerks 3 is sort of it feels like you're revisiting sort of where you're at right now in your life. You obviously had a very traumatic experience. You had that heart attack that you survived. How did that experience inform Clerks 3?
Very easily. I'm not a very creative person. I just kind of crib from my own life, change names, and that's usually the stuff I write about. Clerks was literally my life. I worked at that convenience store. So with Clerks 3, I was like, well, I can't really talk about labor. Like there's this wonderful guy whose name always escapes me. I gotta memorize it. He does these videos, these TikToks where he's like works for IKEA or something like that, and then like does the IKEA complaint and then like comes in and bitches at the customer. That to me is like, that's the modern day Clerks. I haven't worked like that in like 30 years. So I was like, what can Clerks 3 be about? And then I realized, oh, take the heart attack. Like I may not be able to tell you what life behind the counter is like in the last 30 years, but I can tell you what having a heart attack is like. And I can tell you what making a movie is like. And that's what Randall gets to do in Clerks 3. He has a heart attack and decides like, I've wasted my whole life. Maybe I should do the one thing. I've spent my life watching movies. Maybe I should make one as well. So I can inform the movie that way. When I wrote Clerks, I can inform it as much as I was the guy behind the counter. That was my life. But on Clerks 3, I can't give them my job because my job is like this.
It's
too, ridiculous.
Yeah,
so I give them a portion of it. Like Dante and Randall making Clerks gave me everything in this life. And so letting them in the third movie make their own version of Clerks is like, here, let's see how you guys do with it.
Now, speaking of Dante and Randall, I'm so curious because if one thing in pop culture has changed between Clerks 2 and Clerks 3, it is the juggernaut that is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yes. Can you give us any previews as to what Dante and Randall feel about the MCU?
There's love in every Kevin Smith movie. There's nothing but love for the MCU. So you'll hear a reference or two to that. Star Wars, of course, is big real estate for us. And we get to kind of go back and find out what the boys think of the current incarnation of Star Wars.
How the First Order is continuing the contracting.
First Order, son, we're on Mandalorian talk.
Yeah,
this is the way.
true,
we
true.
quote, this is the way in the movies. And actually at one point, like Randall has the heart attack and he's in the hospital and he says to his doctor, like, all right, McDreamy, let's go. This is the way. And he's saying it to Amy Sedaris, who of course is in The Mandalorian.
Hilarious.
She's like, what's that? And he's like, from The Mandalorian? She's like, yeah. So there's a little bit of Easter egg nonsense in there, man. In a Kevin Smith movie, you can't expect too much seriousness. Although I will say this, funny movie, but bring a tissue. Not just because you're like, oh God, they're back. And you might be nutting yourself, but also because it's a very emotional experience, oddly enough. Even if you like fucking hate Kevin Smith, watching the movie is a weirdly emotional experience because you're watching these characters grow up. This is the third time you've seen them, and they're at that midlife point, essentially. So it wasn't the intended effect, but it has this very weird emotional payoff, the movie. So it's funny and emotional, and that's what I like to do.
We can't wait to see it. We will bring tissues, I assure you. Yes. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us today. You can catch Clerks 3. Hey, yes, we met each other at a Red State Q&A years and years ago.
Yes, like a Red State Q&A. He actually
That's what Comic-Con's all about, making friends here. You can catch Clerks 3 everywhere on September 13th. Snoochie Boochies, by the way. But now, riddle me this, Kev. Who are we going to have on stage next?
Here?
Yeah.
I don't know. I stumbled.
Correct, the Riddler.
I stumbled on Snoochie Boochies because I was like about to call my lawyer, being like, some guy just stole Snoochie Boochies on IGN.
We'll settle that in civil court.
Yeah, there's going to be a lawyer.
All right, we got a lot more coming from Comic-Con, so stick around.
Earlier this year, DC gave us a new take on the Caped Crusader with the Batman, and it came with a new take on one of his most iconic villains. So riddle me this, what's mean green and has cling wrap all over? It's Paul Dano's Riddler. So here to talk to me about the new Riddler Year One comic is Paul Dano. What's up, Paul?
Woo, well, what an intro.
Thank you, thank you. Well, we're excited to have you here.
Yep.
I feel like this is a super rare thing where an actor plays, an iconic supervillain in a big movie, then they get to write the comic telling us the origin story about that supervillain. How did that come about?
So one of the things I do as an actor to get me into characters, I like to write out the backstory. I try my best to bring the life the character has lived to the scene and to page one, and I try to get to a place where sort of the unconscious of the character is at work as well. And in this case, I decided to write some of that backstory as if it had come from a comic because I wanted the archetypal energy, of the history of Gotham and the Riddler and Batman to come with us to set. We were trying to make something that was grounded but still had all that, sort of big archetypal comic book energy. So one day I was on set talking to Matt Reeves, and I said, I'd seen this, and I'd seen this, and I'd seen this, and he was like, that should be a comic. And in my head, I was secretly kind of like, I think it could be a comic, And the next day on set, Matt was like, I spoke to DC, they want to talk to you. And I was like,
no.
Okay, that was fast. So I put together my thoughts, and they dug it, and we've been working on it for a while now.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So what I really liked about your Riddler, it was very new, very fresh, and it reminded me of sort of like Jigsaw meets the Zodiac Killer, and I'm interested to know, like, how does somebody become like that? So is that what the story will be? Will we see, like, how he becomes someone who would terrorize Gotham City with death traps?
I suppose so, yes. So one thing that I love that Matt did with his script and his film was, I think there's something going on about the two sides of trauma, right? Bruce Wayne has his own trauma and becomes Batman because of that, and ends up doing good. And I think Edward Ashton, unfortunately, goes down a different path. So my comic, Riddler Year One, on the plot level is about following the numbers towards corruption, but I think really it's an emotional horror story about trauma.
An emotional horror story.
Yeah.
That is deep.
I think.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. So, this comic is being published as a 6-issue limited miniseries under DC's Black Label imprint, which, for those who don't know, that is like no holds barred. You can go R-rated, M-rated, whatever. You kind of do whatever you want because you're playing in your own sandbox, unconnected to the main DC Universe continuity. So was that like freeing, knowing that you could just kind of tell the story you wanted to tell without too many restrictions?
Yeah, I mean, they've been great. DC, my editor is great. I've been working with this artist named Stevan Subic, who's from Serbia. He's not done a comic here yet. I'm so excited that I get to be the one to help share his voice because I think he's very good. I really love what he's doing, and we have a super intense collaboration. And yes, for them to give us the keys with Black Label and say, do what you want, it doesn't mean we're not going to do anything senseless, but it does empower us to kind of take the story where we want it to go. And I think we are both giving everything we have to it, and I'm very happy to have this support from DC.
No, that is awesome. That is awesome. I'm glad you brought up Stevan, because he did a Conan the Barbarian comic, and I remember thinking, this is just such dark, intense, like really just awesome, like powerful artwork. And when I heard, and now that I've seen the pages from the Riddler Year One little preview we got, I thought, wow, this is such a good marriage of like the type of story you're telling with his art. So yeah, how does his style help tell the story and bring out like the themes and stuff you want to tell?
Well, Stevan's ink work is incredible. And you can feel his hand at work and the ink on his fingers and his hand and how it's sort of, so he's really, there's something textural and emotional happening in his stuff that I think is really strong. And him and I have collaborated we Zoom 2 or 3 times a week, going back and forth about panel structure, story. You give me notes on my writing. Here's what I think about colors. I mean, we really have formed kind of a team, and it's been much more it's been much more like making a film than I anticipated. I think some comic books have a tighter deadline and there's a little bit more of an assembly line thing. Like Stefan and I are just kind of like in this thing together.
You guys are just jamming.
We are, yeah. I mean, it's not, we argue, we have our things, we kind of are looking for the best out of both of us. His Conan book in Europe is incredible. I don't even know if you can, you can get it here in the States, but it's not like, so I'm excited for people to check out his work more. Okay, yeah.
One last thing. So, speaking of the Joker, you do share a scene like with the Joker at the end of the Batman movie. And so, the sequel is in development, we know that, but, should you have the chance to revisit the character in a follow-up Batman movie, is there something you want to explore between those characters now that they've met?
I mean, look, I've been spending the past year writing this comic because I loved so much our film, Gotham, Batman, all of it. So, if they call me, I'll probably show up.
Yeah.
But I haven't really dared to dream about what we might explore. One, because it is frankly, it's out of my hands, but two, because I've been daydreaming about this comic now for the past year or so. But be pretty fun to get in there and get in there with another good actor like Barry. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, thank you for talking to me and indulging me in this nerdy debate, Paul.
Sure.
Yeah, I cannot wait to read the comic. So IGN's Comic-Con coverage will return right after I solve the dozens of puzzles that Paul Dano just left all of our studio. You gotta start doing that, Paul. But we'll be right back after this.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd, only on Hulu. And presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN One. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN One.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN One.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Welcome back to IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022. Dragon Ball Super Superhero is out next month, and hype levels are really high. I would say like somewhere, less than 10,000, definitely more than 8,000, but who's keeping track? We were originally going to do an extended shot-by-shot breakdown of the I Am Groot trailer, but everybody in the chat was yelling about Dragon Ball, so we threw that idea in the wood chipper. Sorry, Groot. So yeah, your wish is granted. Let's talk Dragon Ball instead. I'm joined by Akeem Lawanson and Kat Bailey, both of whom were at the Dragon Ball Super panel. Before we get started, there's a weird spoiler warning we have to give.
Yeah.
This movie's been out in Japan for a while. The trailers have stuff that could be construed as spoilers. People were watching, like, our Dragon Ball. You talked to Chris about, and they were mad that you were spoiling stuff.
Apparently so. Like, even the man who is the voice of the character that we all know and love, apparently he was lightly spoiling it.
I don't know what the rule. It's weird because I feel like back when we got into Dragon Ball, it was like, well, you go on GeoCities and read spoilers about the Majin Buu saga because that hasn't been localized yet. You're like, oh, I can't wait to find out why any of these things are happening. Anyway, my point is, if you're trying to avoid spoilers about Dragon Ball Superhero, you're probably in the wrong place because I don't know what you consider spoilers. That said, let's get into it. Let's talk about that panel.
Yeah, we're going to spoil everything, starting with the first 20 minutes, which was shown during the panel. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to break it all down. But yeah, we were fortunate enough to see the first 20 minutes of the movie, and it does a great job because there are some people that are going to be coming into this that might not be too familiar with the Red Ribbon Army. They do a great job of just telling you about the entire story, the story arc of the Red Ribbon Army, starting from Dragon Ball, moving to Dragon Ball Z, and to where we are now, which is Dragon Ball Super. And I love the fact that they did that because honestly, I forgot. Because it was such a long time that I saw Goku, Kid Goku, take on the Red Ribbon Army. So I was glad that we got, this backstory, some filler on that whole saga.
Kat, anything jump out at you?
Yeah, we also got to see Piccolo and Gohan have a little bit of a bromance. That was like super sweet. Yeah. And we got to see Pan, which was lovely.
Cute,
so cute.
Pan, yes.
So we have the trailer here. We're going to talk over it a little bit. We're going to jump around, try to point out some stuff. So yeah, check it out. I think there's some. Is the Dragon Ball Super?
It's gonna come up.
There it is.
A bit
okay.
of
It's the movie we've been waiting for. Okay, so yeah, this.
So this is a trailer that they showed us during the panel. Right here, I think it's kind of being. There it is. So right there we see Pan. Now I really want to talk about Pan because what I love that's happening in this movie is Piccolo is training Pan, similar to how he did with Kid Gohan. Mm-hmm. And it's very weird because it's like father, like son. Gohan has become much like Goku back when Gohan was a child, where he's neglecting Pan and leaving Pan to be raised and trained by Piccolo. But the thing is, where Goku pretty much wanted to, I want to be stronger. Gohan wants to be smarter.
He wants to be a great scholar.
Yeah, that's why he wears glasses. That's what
glasses
mean.
make you smart.
Yeah, exactly.
What I'm learning is that Dragon Ball Superhero is really a movie about generational trauma, which means that it fits in perfectly with the current oeuvre of films. It's like ahead of the curve. It's prestige.
Yeah. Now, while we're watching this, I just want to say this. If anyone's wondering at home, the reason I have this laptop is because we are looking at chat. So if you all have any questions about the trailer breakdown that we're doing right now, or just about the panel, everything that took place at the panel, please drop it in the chat. And I'm going to be reading them out loud right now. I see Kabuki. I'm not going to say the rest of your name. Kabuki said, fatherless behavior right there. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what's happening in this movie. But yeah, let's see more. Can we run that back? Let's run that back. Let's run back to where we see Piccolo in a disguise. So right there, yeah. So that's actually Piccolo, and it looks like,
Dude, spoilers, come on.
Look, I didn't do it. I didn't tell Toy Animation to release this trailer. But what I think is he's going on like a Metal Gear Solid type mission, infiltrating the Red Ribbon Army. I don't know what's your take on this.
Who's stealthier than Piccolo, right? Not obvious at all.
That's just my theory on this. Again, like not much else is revealed. I doubt he's joining the Red Ribbon Army. That wouldn't make any sense.
Probably not. That would be weird. I would have more input here, but I've been kind of on media blackout too, and I'm like, I'm seeing this for the first time.
Wait, are we inundating you with too much super?
No, it's fine. It's weird. I've had like the information spoiled, but the visuals I haven't seen anything from this, but I've like heard pieces of stuff from the internet that I'm like, all right,
Let's run that back before the Gotank's booty.
I was going to say that's
run
what
it back
check
to
out right there.
Yeah, we'll check out the booty.
What happened to the seat of
This
his
character
trousers?
right here. I want to talk about this character because I don't know if you know who this character is, Max. So this is Gamma 1. So these are two androids that were created by Dr. Hado, who is Dr. Giroux's grandson. And I have a theory about Dr. Hado's story arc, but it's also out there, so it's not even a theory. My theory is actually true. I accidentally spoiled it by going to the Wikipedia and reading my theory. And,
all right.
Yeah, but
Wikipedia spoils everything.
Absolutely, that's what it's there
Don't
for.
read the Wikipedia for this. I think I spoiled it too for myself, just trying to find out when it's coming out August 19th in the States, everybody.
That's a spoiler. You're spoiling things. Wait for August to come before.
Fair enough. But yeah, no, I'm really into this. So I really like the Android saga. Like, I love that corner of that, that timeline. And I also, I'm a bigger fan of Dragon Ball No Z than I am of Dragon Ball Z. And the connection between the Android saga and the Cell saga and the Red Ribbon saga, I love that so much. But I totally, when the Android saga first aired, there was no way of tracking that down. You didn't know who any of these people were. You're like, wow, this weird man with a mustache and a funny hat and a translucent brain helmet really wants to kill Goku for some reason, I guess. And it just, androids up the wazoo, and it was great. It was fun. And then, I don't know, I went back and, got to learn all the stuff that came before that. And that's sort of that funny thing about how people consume, I guess, Dragon Ball. It's almost 40 years old. We're pushing, it's, what, the manga started in 84, I think? It's old. And, we talk about generational trauma. There's also generational media, and there's his bottom.
There's his bottom.
There's a lot of butt stuff
Can we
in this
run
one,
that
huh?
back? There's a lot of butt stuff in this movie. Even
Dragon Ball in
Bulma
general,
was just
really.
adding her butt.
Look at that.
And we got Gotank's patting his butt right there. Now, I'm kind of curious. I wonder what type of damage happened for that. Who's shooting him in the butt? There's a lot of butt talk, by the way. I hope this is allowed.
Check out the Wikipedia to find out what happened to Gotank's ass.
What's interesting about this though is Goten and Trunks. What I'm shocked, Gotenks is my favorite character, by the way, and I remember them constantly trying to get it right. Doing the fusion dance, they became an skinny old man. They became this character that we see here before they perfected it. I'm curious to know, why did they stay the fat Gotenks? I don't know.
So we've got a question from Rayla Powell. Says, how much of a time skip from the end of the Super anime is there? And where are we?
Well, right now, again, I haven't spoiled myself by looking at the official timeline, but what I can say from what was revealed in the first 20 minutes is, I know who that was. What was revealed in the first 20 minutes is Pan is 3 years old in the movie. So based on that, I want you all in the chat to deduce where in the timeline this takes place without me saying it, because
somewhere between the end of GT and the beginning of Evolution. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Now let's run that back, because what we saw was a character that it's a fan favorite character. Let's run it back to Broly.
That's not Broly.
No, he's just closed his eyes. That's Whis. I mean, it's Beerus, rather. Right there. Pause.
Whis says pause.
Yeah, that's right.
The kitty.
This is Broly. You know what happened in 2019? Something special happened in this studio. Everyone started chanting another word that started with B.
It was Blade.
Can we get a Broly chant?
Doesn't have the same cadence to it.
No, it just, y'all not gonna leave me hanging. We doing this. Broly. No, really only 6 people.
I don't know. I'm more excited about.
I thought Broly was a fan favorite. I guess not. Everyone in the chat is.
They made a whole movie about him. It's the 11th highest grossing anime movie of all time. Broly got his time. Give Dr. Giroux's
I like Piccolo,
stepson or whatever.
and this movie has a lot of Piccolo.
A lot of Piccolo. I mean, he's well, at least people in the chat are loving it. Like Trey Thornton says, my boy Broly, thank you. Toy Bonnie says, Broly, you misspelt it though. There's no E in Broly, and there's not 2 L's. But so at least we're getting some love in the chat for Broly. Again, fan favorite. Everyone loved the movie when it came out. Dragon Ball Super, Broly when it came out in 2018. So it's good to know that he's making a return.
Nick Millman says, is the Atla news true?
Is the Atla news true? Well, the thing about the Atla news is you have to know what that is in order to
That feels like
decipher if it's
like a
true.
spoiler trick right there.
I think it is. Yeah. Let's Or is that supposed to Atla?
I don't know. I'm just reading that. It's a very obscure character.
Atla.
Anyway, cat loves food. Yeah.
All right, so
okay, so let's talk about. All right, we're doing like the most like lackadaisical rewind of this possible, but you know, all in the name of.
Well, there's
chat.
we're gonna see. I believe we're gonna see something else. Yeah, that's so right there. I mean, that's Piccolo.
That's
I don't know
Piccolo.
if
I can see him. He's right there.
This could be a spoiler, but I mean, it was already spoiled by the creator Toriyama. There's gonna be Piccolo's gonna be orange at some point in this movie. He's gonna be orange, and Toriyama said. The name of it is, this new form for Piccolo is Orange Piccolo.
Okay. You know, Toriyama's had a lot of great ideas in his time, and I won't fault him for just doing that. Just Orange Piccolo. Okay. Anyway, there you go. Dragon Ball Super Superhero is out August 19th, and there's so much more Comic-Con coming up after this, but not today, tomorrow. But we have a bunch of coverage of everything that happened today. You can head over to IGN.com and IGN's YouTube and check out all the stuff that went up. Tons of cool interviews, lots of great bits and pieces from the show floor, and there's lots of written stuff on IGN.com. For now, though, that about wraps up day one of IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con, and tomorrow is jam-packed with even more cool stuff. We have got The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, The Walking Dead, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, The Callisto Protocol, Sandman, and a massive panel in response to the Marvel Cinematic Universe panel that will be happening, and they're going to be unveiling the next 17 years worth of Phase 4 projects or whatever. We're going to be watching that live, and we're probably going to have way better updates to keep you informed about what's going on with that. But until then, thank you all so much for joining us. This is a full day of live coverage here at San Diego Comic-Con. We will be seeing you here again tomorrow. I hope you. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to everybody back there making it happening.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And presented by FX's Reservation Dogs. The all-new season returns August 3rd only on Hulu.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN One.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN One. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN One.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN.
Bye.